Guys, how's everyone doing today? Okay. So, can everyone online see my screen? Hear my voice? Hello?
I'm wondering actually, yes, Mr. J, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we are hearing you and seeing your screen. Both are all right. Philadelphia classroom is there, not connected to audio yet. Atlantic City is there. Virginia is not connected to audio, I think.
Okay.
Just give me a second. Let me make them ready.
Sure. Okay. Mr. Said, shall I get started or are we still waiting?
Well, Jay, they are hearing you, but I do not see them on. But they are hearing you. I just contacted. They hear you.
Okay.
You can, yeah. Now you can start. Actually, I see the.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Let's get started, guys. All right. So I'm going to spend about 30 minutes or so going over record and run and drag and drop, and then we're going to get into descriptive programming. We're going to get into really using UFT. Good morning, Eliana. How are you? Okay. So doing good, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. So let's really quickly create two scripts, one using one using record and run.
Mr. J, actually, sorry for interruption, Mr. J. Actually, I need 5 more minutes time. Actually, Philadelphia is not okay yet. You know.
Okay. Okay.
Just
No problem.
okay. Okay.
Mr. J, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me check Philadelphia join.
Sure.
Philadelphia, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, Jay, we can start.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right. So Aliran is asking question, checkpoints are reusable from a shared object repository? Yes. You can use the same checkpoints. Anything that's in the shared object repository will be able to be used across multiple tests. Morning. Okay. All right. So really quickly, we're going to create a record and run script. Before we do that, we're going to come over here to record and verify our record and run settings. So over here, we open up this dialog box and we get to this web tab and we see these two options. Record and run test on the open browser, and the second option is open the following address when a record or run session begins. So we are going to select the second one here. Okay, we're going to come over, let's do something else. Let's do ebay.com. Okay, so we'll come to eBay, open it up in Internet Explorer, right? That's what we're setting the record and run settings to. We're going to click OK. And then we're going to come and we're going to click on, record. And so we see that the browser opens up and it goes to ebay.com, right? And this is happening automatically because we set it in the settings. So let's come here. One of you guys here, tell me something to search for on eBay.
Bicycles.
Sorry?
Bicycles.
Okay, that's different. Bicycles. All right. And let's see. Let's come here and apply some filters to the search. Let's look for a hybrid bike. Okay. Hello, good morning. So we're looking for a hybrid bike here, and not really sure what that means, but that's fine. And then let's come down. What? Okay. All right. And then let's come down and select the condition here as new. And okay. And let's come here and let's just click this first one right here. The 700C Schwinn Women's Hybrid Bike Comfort Bicycle for $196.31. Okay. We'll click on this. Someone says we should try planes last time we saw cars. Yeah. Okay. And okay. And let's see. Let's come here and let's click on Add to Cart. Okay. And then let's come here and this quantity, we will change this to 2. And then click on Update. Okay. And that's all for right now, right? Oh, and let's also add some checkpoints actually to this. How are we going to do it? We should have done this from the beginning on every page, but just going through the process of adding these checkpoints and output values. What we can do is to add a checkpoint, right? We would come here, click on Insert Checkpoint and Output Value. Let's start off with a standard checkpoint, right? And let's say your eBay shopping cart. We want to verify that we're in the shopping cart page, right? So we click on this, click OK, and we see this inner text here. It says your eBay shopping cart. That tells us that we're going to verify that a web element exists on this page, and we're going to verify that that the web element has these two properties and these corresponding values, right? So that it has an HTML tag and the value is h1, and that it has an inner text and the value is your eBay shopping cart. Again, I set the checkpoint timeout here to 5 seconds. This is simply saying that we're giving UFT 5 seconds to find this object. If it cannot find it within 5 seconds, then it fails. By default, this time is 10 seconds. Click OK. Let's see, we can also add, let's try a text checkpoint here. I didn't highlight any text, so that's going to be an issue, but click that new is displayed between condition and item price, right? So that's fine. So we want to verify that the condition here is new, that it says that it's new, right? And again, we can come here, checkpoint timeout 5 seconds again, and we'll click on OK. And you see how this is your eBay shopping cart _2. This is going to get really confusing, right? The name here. So I want to change this name. I'm going to say this is the text checkpoint. And we'll click OK. And what else can we do? Let's try a bitmap checkpoint on this bicycle right here, right? So how do we do that? We come here, click on bitmap checkpoint, right? And we come and we click on this image. And it captures it as an image, so we click OK. And we have 3 options here. The first one, compare selection with runtime bitmap. So we're going to compare what we actually just captured with whatever is going to appear when we run the test. And we're going to verify that the pixels, the color of the pixels, the number of pixels, all that kind of stuff matches exactly. If it's an exact match, then the checkpoint will pass, right? But if even one pixel is, the wrong color, in the wrong place, etc., this checkpoint will fail, right? The second option here, locate selection within runtime bitmap. Here I can, drag and drop and not drag and drop, crop the image, right? The selected area of the image that I want to verify. Let's say I want to verify this, just this part here. This is not a good this image right here is not a good image to do this on. One situation when we would want to do something like this is when, let's say, we are working with a logo that's being added to the website, and the developers or the business people, they're still editing the logo or whatever, but one part of the logo is going to stay the same, right? For example, with people in tech, that N in the center stays the same, but let's say maybe the font of people in tech, the word, maybe that font is changing, and so the image will change a little bit, but that N is staying the same, right? You guys see this here? This N right here will stay the same, but this font, people, and this font over here, tech, this can change. Maybe this can become green, right, or orange or something, or this outline here can become, red, right? Something like that can change, but this image, this N will stay the same. So we'll use this option. We'll use this option to focus only on the N and verify that that N at least is still there within the logo. Okay, so that's what the purpose of this would be. This third option here, locate image within runtime bitmap, load image file. This is if we know what the logo is going to be, but it's just not present on the page right now on this version of the application. Later on, the developers in the next release, perhaps, the developer is planning to upload that image, that logo. So we can upload the logo from our end as part of this checkpoint, as part of this bitmap checkpoint, to verify that the developer has actually uploaded the correct image onto the application.
Am I recording?
Yeah, right now I'm creating that bitmap checkpoint, right? So it says here, select a bitmap file to load. So I'll click on this and then pick the image from my folder structure, and the image would appear over here. Okay. So for right now, let's come here, select the first one. 5 seconds for this checkpoint timeout, and we click OK. Okay. So bitmap checkpoint, text checkpoint, standard checkpoint. These are the 3 checkpoints that we've gone over so far. As we get more into descriptive programming, we'll talk about how we can apply checkpoints using descriptive programming. And okay, so let's stop the test here, right? Let's see, what happened in the webinar is this change the settings, because now we can see the class video on computer and audio in our phone. Is it right? Or Ms. Anur Brian, I would say get off of your phone. Disconnect the webinar from your phone and you should be fine on your computer then. Okay? It seems like you're connected from both places, your computer and your phone. Okay. Why do we need to shorten the wait time from the default 10 seconds? What if we know that our network is good enough and we don't need to wait the whole 10 seconds? Right? Because remember, we can, we don't need to change the time, right? But we also want to make sure that as we're creating our scripts, that we're creating them in the most efficient way possible, right? We're making them as efficient as possible. Okay. Disconnect the phone but no audio. I'm honestly not too sure about the situation that the issue that you're having there with the audio. I'm not too sure about that. Okay. All right. So we've created. Yeah, Aliran, I'll do that. I'll do that. Okay. All right. So we have created our script, right, using record and run. And we come here, we can look at our object repository. And we see a whole bunch of pages. We see our checkpoints over here. Okay. All right. Now, if we were to run this script, let's close this and let's run this. Oh, we see an issue here. What happened? It says it cannot identify the object add to cart of class link, verify that the object's properties match an object currently displayed in your application. What happened, guys? Let's look at the application. I'm trying to click on this link here, add to cart, right? This link on line number 6. But it's not here. It was there when I recorded it, right? Obviously, because I clicked on it.
Because it's already in your phone.
I already have my cart. Why did this happen? I closed the browser and I opened it up again when I ran the test.
Because we changed it, we make a change.
Okay. MD Rahman, I'm also not able to listen to the audio. It says on my screen here that you're connected from the web. I'm not sure what this means. Okay. So I would say contact the people in Tech Admin to figure out what the issue is with the webinar. Okay. I have to remove the cycle from my cart. Okay. But why should I have to do that? I didn't, why should I have, can't I just close the browser and, It should reset everything, right? Roxana, because your browser stores the cookies. Yep, it's already in your cart. Yeah. So the thing that happened was I closed the browser and I opened it up again. I did the same. I went back to the same page. The browser saved what I did. The history was there. The cookies are there, right? And so all that stuff is there. So I still have, 2 items in my cart, which is, when I updated it to 2, the quantity to 2, right? That's why I have these things. Like that's why I have, it says 2 items in my cart. And so the reason that over here, I don't see that add to cart link over here, that button over here, is because I've already added it to my cart, right? So that's an issue. So how do we resolve this? What we're going to do, let's close this browser and let's open up Internet Explorer on our own. And let's come over to settings, Internet options. Okay? And this box right here, under this browsing history, delete temporary files, history, cookies, save passwords, and web form information. I'm going to check this box right here, delete browsing history on exit. So every time I exit out of the browser, it's going to delete my history. Okay? And I'm going to come here, click on delete, and I'm going to select every option here. Okay? And I'm going to click on delete. And it's going to process for a minute. And I'll click on apply, click OK, and then I'll close it again. Okay? Now, let's try running this one more time. Sorry. There we go. Now we see that add to cart link there, right?
Yeah, and we can declare that instead of going to the browser and keep declaring the USB so that it'll do like just how it closes the browsers and it's something like that.
There is a way to do it using descriptive programming. Using VB script, we can, clear some of the history, clear the history, and do some of these this sort of admin things on Internet Explorer, but can't do it with record and run. Okay. Okay. So we ended the test here. Let's see. We have what is this? This checkpoint here, standard checkpoint. Your eBay shopping cart, that passed. We have this this bitmap checkpoint, right? That passed. And we have this text checkpoint. Verify that the word new is there between condition and item price, right? So everything is good here. Okay? Everything, MD Roman, everything. You want to select everything in that options thing here. Okay, so over here, click on delete. Everything, your favorites. So the thing is, for my personal use, I never use Internet Explorer. I use Chrome, right? For my browsing, to do any research, check my email, whatever it is. Watch movies, go to YouTube, whatever it is. I use Chrome for that, personally. I don't use Internet Explorer. I don't like using Internet Explorer. Only time I use Internet Explorer is when I'm working with UFT. So I don't have any issue deleting all this kind of stuff. Okay?
Only whatever is saved in Chrome, we get that.
Yeah, I have passwords saved in Chrome, and I have all that kind of stuff with Chrome, but not with Internet Explorer. Okay, so I'll delete everything here. Okay? Yeah. All right. If you find a bug when doing automation testing, how do you report the bug as you would in ALM? That's how you would do it. Later on when we talk about the ALM UFT connectivity, towards the end of the course, if we have time, I'm going to talk about that. There's a way, if you look at the, if you look at this, the run results viewer, we see this button right here, add defect, right? There's a way that we can connect UFT with ALM, right? And this is the same add defect button that you see in ALM, right? So we can make that connection and create defects through UFT this way. But those defects would be created, they're really being created in ALM. You're just doing it through UFT. But we'll talk about that later towards the end of the class. Towards the end of the class. Okay. All right. What else? Okay. Okay. So now we have our script, right? Let's see. Let's look at my object repository, right? Another thing I can do with my object repository is change the names, right? Assign logical names to my objects here in my object repository. So I can say this is my browser. I can say, I don't know. So this is the first page here, right? Because I have the search button here and this search web edit field, right? So I can come here, click on page, name that page 1. I can name this search item, right? I want to give it logical names, names that mean something to me and to anyone else, any other tester that's going to be looking at the script, right? So I can come here and do this. Let's see here. That's the item condition. Add to cart, no. I'm trying to find, that's a shopping cart. So it seems like this is, add to cart. So it seems like this is the item condition and type. This could be page 2, right? So anyways, I'm coming here. This is how we can change our names in our repository. We all know how to do this. Okay? I didn't write system.util.run in the script, and how is everything running? The reason that everything is running, guys, remember, in my record and run settings, right? I have the second option selected. You have to remember what settings you set in UFT.
It's already declared there, like browser and
exactly. That system.util.run line, right? This second option and these two drop-down lists, this is what that system.util.line replaces. If I was to have that system.util.run, iExplore.exe, and then ebay.com, all of that is replacing this thing right here in my record and run settings. Okay? Another way I could do it is if I select this option right here, the first option. So I'm no longer using the second option here, right? If I'm not doing it this way, I need to use the system.util.run line, right? So what do? Come over here. First thing I want to do is launch IE and navigate to URL. Do I need to write every time this comment? No. This is just for my sake. So I know what's going on each line that I'm writing. Right?
So if we declare that already in UFT, like that way we just hit the radio button, do we have to write that line over here before we start the process, like, close all the process by name or stuff?
So that line, that's a good question. So this, yeah, I understand. So this line right here, the second option, right? This second option only opens that browser and goes to the URL. It doesn't close the browser though.
So we still need that.
So we would still need that system.util close process by name. Okay? Click on apply, right? And also, before I do this, I want to close all IE browsers. So what's the line? System.util.run. iExplore.
Close. That will be closed.
Oh, yeah, very good. Close process by name.
Do by either name, ID, or anything, right? Or
No, iExplore.exe.
no, I mean the close process by name, because there are other options too.
So there are other options that you can have, right? And you can tell when you click the dot,
Yeah.
you can say, there's actually, close process by name is the one that's going to be closing the browser. There's another one, close process by Windows title, right? Close process by ID. You have to know what these things are.
When do we use them?
These are just different things, different ways to close the browser. Okay. There's another way that we can close it, which we'll learn when we do descriptive programming. We can close the browser, and there's different things that we can do with the browser, different actions that we can perform on our browser. For example, we can go back, we can refresh the page, and so on. Right? So we can all do all of that stuff with descriptive programming, with VB script. Okay. So close process by name, right? And then iExplore.exe. Okay. So this is a simple. Yeah, Mr. Brian, I don't know much about the webinar and those technical issues that you're having. I would say talk to the people in tech admins, and they can you know figure it out for you. They can help you with it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to close all the IE browsers, systemutil.close process by name, and then I'm going to launch the browser again and start fresh, right? And I'll run the script. Okay. So we have our script here. Simple, right? Let's save this, sorry. And that's record and run, right? Everyone, any questions on record and run? No? Yes? Okay. Now let's do drag and drop, right? And at the same time, I'm going to show you, as we're doing the drag and drop, I'll do it complete drag and drop where we have the shared object repositories. We're going to merge the shared object repositories, and then we're going to create the script, right? Because one tester will have, you know, we'll be creating one object repository, another tester will be creating another object repository, QA lead or someone, senior tester, will be merging them, and then everyone can create their own scripts, right? So we're going to work a little bit as a QA lead as well right now. Yeah?
I have a quick question about, like, when we begin a new test or something new over here, like, instead of going to new, whatever is already exists there, like if I want to delete something permanently from UFC, I don't want any history to be left behind. You know, how would you do that from this window? Can you do it?
You mean delete the test or?
Delete test or anything like any test we have done. Like I want to delete it permanently from there.
Wherever your tests are being saved on your folder structure in your system, just delete those, and it'll be taken out.
So I don't have to do anything here.
Nothing. Okay. Okay. So we're going to be working with eBay. So let's go back to the eBay homepage, and let me make sure. I need to empty out my cart. Okay. All right. So let's come here. Let's actually close this, and we'll start fresh. Actually, this too. All right. So we're on eBay homepage, right? First thing we're going to do is we're going to create our object repository. So I'm working right now as tester1, right? So we're going to come, add objects to local, right? We're going to add this web edit. Now, does it make sense for me to come to the browser and, you know, figure out which objects I should do? So if I select browser, click OK, and then selected object types and all that, should I do that? Or would it be better if I just come here, click on that, and add only the web edit just by itself?
Yeah, that's much easier.
Just by itself?
Yeah.
Why?
Because we don't have to go over every single thing.
Exactly. So I'm only working on this page, I'm only working with two objects, that web edit field and that button, the search button, right? So those are the two things that I need for this page. So that's all I need. I don't need to deal with the other objects on the page, right? So let's click OK. Let's come here, click on this web button, click OK, right? Let me really quickly come here, change the name to page 1, right? And I'll change this to search item, right? Okay. All right. And now, so I have created this object repository. I'm done with this page. I'm done, right? So what am I going to do? I'm going to now make this into a shared object repository, right? Sorry, file, export local objects, right? I'm making it into a shared object repository. Why do I need to make this into a shared object repository?
So that there might be a same object twice, so it might gonna take extra space.
No, you're answering a different question. You're answering a different question because there might be the same object twice. That's the reason why I would merge them, to get rid of the duplicates, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me do this actually. Steps for drag and drop using a master shared object repository. Okay? So otherwise we know what the steps for drag and drop, right? We have to create that object repository, then we drag and drop into the script. And that's drag and drop method, right? What I'm doing now is I'm also incorporating this concept of working with with shared object repositories and merged shared object repositories, so that we're working, it's more of a work environment type of example that I'm giving you guys. This is what you're actually going to be seeing on the job, right? So okay. So first step is to create the various local object repositories. Okay? And then make them into SORs. Right? Right? How do you do that? A, add objects to local object repository. B, file, export to, forgot what it says. Export local objects, right? Export local objects, right? File, export local objects, and then here in my test scripts, I'm actually going to, I'll make a new folder called shared object repositories. Okay? And in here, I will create SOR1. Okay? And it saves as a TSR. That's what the file extension for a shared object repository is, .tsr, right? And then create a name for the SOR file extension is .tsr.
So creating a folder is not necessary.
It's not necessary. I'm doing it
for my own.
Yeah, I'm creating that folder because I want to have all my object repositories, my shared object repositories, in one single location. But you can organize. I'm not going to teach you guys how to organize your files. Okay, that's something you have, you can understand on your own. Okay. All right. So add objects to local, then file, export local objects, create a name for the shared object repository file, and click on create. Right. All right. So 2. So we've created the various local object repositories and then made them into a shared object repository, right? And then we will open the OR manager, right? Open the object repository manager and open the repository merge tool. Okay. Let me get to that. Let me get to this in a second. I'm going to first create the second object repository, right? So we have this done, right? And so file, export local objects. Oh, I already did this. Sorry, I already did that. Okay. So now I can just come here and delete this object repository. I don't need to create a new test. Okay.
Can you just keep that over here and work on the other one? No.
What do you mean?
Like you just deleted the test ups, right? But
yes.
Just leaving that over here, can it work on the next?
No, because when I do file export, it's going to take everything.
Take that one as well.
It's going to take those as well. Okay.
Made a new test and do it.
I don't need to create. I can do that if I wanted to. I don't need to create a new test. All I did was I just deleted everything from this object repository, and I'm going to add the next objects to this object repository, right? I will do checkpoints in a few minutes, okay, Eliana? Hold on one second. I will do it. All right. So let's come here. We search for bicycles. Okay. So now we're on the second page, and what did we clicked over here on this hybrid, right? So let's come here, add hybrid, right? So left checkbox, okay, that's fine. And let's say over here this will be page 2, right? And we also, let's click on this. And then we also did new, right? That's all we did, the condition. Okay. Oh, sorry. I have to click on new. Add it to the object repository. Sorry. Or new, right here. So let me add this to the object repository. Okay. I can name this as condition new, right? And I'll say, I can say here, type hybrid, right? And then, what are we doing? So we're going to click on new. And then we're going to click on this link, right? So let's come here, and let's add this link. And we'll just say bike link, okay? Just keep it simple, right? And that's it, right? Now we're going to come here, and now we're on the second, we're on the next page now, right? Okay. So, file, export local objects, and SOR2, right? Again, remember file type, the file extension is .tsr. Right. Click on create. Okay, so we have this. Now we're on the third page, right? So we can delete all these objects and add the next object, page 3, right? So what did we need to add? We needed to add this add to cart, right? Okay, click OK. And we'll come here, name this page 3, right? And we'll leave that as add to cart, that's fine, right? Did we do anything else here, or we just added it to cart, right? Huh? Quantity we updated on the next page, right? So add to cart, that's all we did over here. Okay, so we can do file, export local objects. This is SOR3, right? Okay. And then delete this. All right, and then let's come here, click on add to cart. And now we see this. Let's come here, add, what are we doing? We're updating this, right? That web number, right? We're on page 4 now, right? Page 4. This is the quantity, item quantity. Item quantity, right? And then, where is that? Do you remember I clicked on that? There's an update link over here. Where is that? Why don't I see that here?
You already added one?
No, I haven't added anything yet.
Click on the edit.
I have to click here. So this is something that you have to understand about the application, right? I don't expect you to already know this, right? But my point here is that when you're creating your tests, you have to make sure that you're analyzing the application properly, okay? So we come here. It's not just clicking on the web edit. We have to come and actually update the number. Once we update the number, then we get this update link, right? So now that we did that, now I come and I click on this update link. Okay? Make sense? All right, so we have that update link, and then what else did we do? We just added checkpoints after that, right? Okay. All right. So let's export this. Export local objects. SOR4. So we have 4 shared object repositories. How are we going to create one merged object repository? Let's see.
Jay, can you do the value checkpoint as well for that? No.
We're going to check once with that shared object repository when we get it. Okay? Okay, so we now have 4 shared object repositories. Where are my object repositories? Well, that's a good question. Where did I save them?
Where are they?
Desktop test scripts. Okay. So on my desktop, there is a folder called test scripts. Within this test scripts folder, I have the shared object repositories folder, and I have 4 shared object repositories, right? Now I need to merge these shared object repositories, right? To create one. How many object repositories can I merge at any one time? Only 2. So I can come here, I can just delete this, it's okay. I don't need that there. Now, where do I go to merge object repositories? Where do I go to merge object repositories, guys? Object Repository Manager, where is that? Under Resources, Object Repository Manager, yeah? Now what? Now, I come to Tools. Object Repository Merge Tool, right? So let's come back here. Open the Object Repository Manager and open the Object Repository Merge Tool under Tools section, right? Oops, sorry. Add the file location for the primary object repository, primary shared object repository, right? Or add the file location for the secondary SOR, right? 5, click on OK. Right? So how do we do this? We come here, click on these 3 dots. SOR1, click open. Click over here on the second one. SOR2, click open. Right? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to merge 1 and 2. Then we're going to merge 3 and 4. So we'll have 2 merged shared object repositories. And then we'll combine the 2 merged object repositories to have one full master object repository. Right? So click OK. And we get a conflict. And it says that one test object was with identical descriptions and different names. Again, we're talking about the browser. Yeah? So we'll click close. Next conflict, that's fine.
So by clicking close, you just simply ignore that.
I'm not. Yeah, it's what is it? Later on, I can edit this, but I'm closing that summary window that opened up. Okay, then I can come here and figure out and deal with the conflict.
Well, because sometimes it might be not the browser, sometimes it might be the...
It can be something else, but I need to deal with that conflict, and that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay? Okay, so now I have this merged object repository, right? Can I edit this name over here? No, I can't. I cannot edit the names over here. Okay? I'll do that later on. All right? So, File, Save As, right? Click the OK button. View the merge summary, right? And deal with any conflicts. And 7, Save As. File, Save As, and then save the new SOR, save this new SOR. This new SOR. Yeah, save this new SOR. Okay? So, what we're going to do is merged SOR1.
One.
Okay? Again, it's nothing but a shared object repository. Okay? It's nothing but a shared object repository, right? We're going to click on save. Okay?
So the complete merge will be after we finish the other two.
Sorry?
The merge, like we are merging the shared repository, so it's going to be after we finish the other two, then it's
Right.
empty your file.
Exactly. No. It's just, we're only dealing with shared object repositories now. We can only merge shared object repositories together. Okay? We cannot merge a local with a shared object repository. Okay? Did we can merge the two merged repository with single repository? We can't do that, right? I can take this merged object repository and merge it twice now with SOR3 and SOR4, right? But then I'm going to end up with a couple of different versions of the merged shared object repository, right? If we have 3 repositories, then how we can merge them? So I just merged 1 and 2 together, then I will take that merge and merge it with number 3, right? Okay. So I have this. I can close this tool now, right? Now let's go back to my folder structure here. I have in the shared object repositories folder, I have a merged SOR1, and I still have 1 and 2, 3 and 4. I can delete some repositories now, right?
Yes.
Which 2 can I delete?
1 and 2.
1 and 2. Both of these I can delete, yes?
Yeah.
Why?
We already have it.
But if I delete it from here, isn't it going to go away from the merged shared object repository?
No.
No, it's not.
It's already in there.
It's there. It's in the, these objects are in the merged shared object repository, so they're there. They're not going anywhere now. Okay? So now, what can I do? I can come here and delete. Are you sure you want to remove these 2 items to the recycle bin? Yes. So they're gone. Can I delete 3 and 4 now? No, I have to merge them first, right? Object repository manager, right? Again, remember, I'm going to come resources, object repository manager, right? Oh, thank you. Sorry, you had to come all this way.
I saw it later, half an hour later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Are you leaving in September? Engineer?
Okay. I will, Keshav Kirki, I will upload this notepad on the forum as part of the notes for today. Okay? So, yeah. Can we merge 1 and 4? You can, right? So we could have merged 1 and 4, 2 and 3.
You might get confused.
It doesn't really matter because all 4 of them need to be in one repository. So in this case, it doesn't matter the order in which we go, right? But you always have to be aware and be cognizant of the order that you're working in, because it might not be that you're going to be creating just one. You could be creating multiple merged shared object repositories. Okay? Okay, so I'm in the object repository manager. Now what do? Tools, object repository merge tool. I select SOR3, click open. I select SOR4 as a secondary. So primary is SOR3, secondary is SOR4. Does it matter? In this case, it does not matter. It can matter though, because we have to understand whenever we have conflicts, right? For example, we're going to have again that conflict with the browser because the browser name will be different, but it's going to be the same browser though, right? So we're going to have that browser conflict again, okay? By default, this object repository manager will take the name or the property values of the objects from the primary repository. We can change that when we deal with the conflict after we merge it, but by default, it's going to take the stuff from the primary repository. So we have to make sure that we are, assigning the primary and secondary appropriately. Right now, if we mix it up, it's not a big deal because we only have a couple of items in each repository.
So do you think there will be any case that we'll be using 2 different or multiple different browsers like that?
We could be using different browsers. We could have, it could be a case where we click on something and it opens up a second browser. So we have to deal with multiple browsers being open, okay? And we'll deal with that, but you have to, so you have to understand.
It's the same browser like again, as you say, you click on something there, another browser opens up, but that browser could be Google Chrome while I'm using IE. Sometimes when I click on IE, there's another IE opens up.
Yeah, if you're in IE and you click on something that's supposed to open up another browser, it's not going to open Chrome. It's going to open IE, another IE browser. IE will remain with IE. IE will be loyal to itself. Okay.
But so we're not going to combine anything else.
Generally, you can work with multiple different browsers. You can work with IE and Chrome and Firefox at the same time and in the same script. But I'm saying if you click on, let's say there's an application that has a link where when you click on it, it opens up another browser. It'll be the same browser though. It'll just still be IE if you're working with IE. Or if you're working with Chrome, it'll open up Chrome. Okay, you won't have IE opening up Chrome or Chrome opening up IE. Okay, so we have. Did we change this? Okay, SOR3 and let me click open. Click OK. And one conflict found: the test object with identical descriptions and different names. Right? So we close this merge statistics. Actually, I'm going to update this. View the merge statistics. And deal with any conflicts. Okay? So, where are we here? Okay. So we're going to deal with this conflicts here. So again, remember, look guys, you see in the secondary, which is on the right here, we have the browser name as your eBay shopping cart. But on the primary here, we have 700C Shroom Women's Hybrid, whatever this is. That's the name of the browser that it took by default. Right? By default, that's what it took. Okay. So now we save this file, save as, and we name this as merged SOR2. Right? So now we can close this and open it up, and now we have merge SOR1 and merge SOR2. Can I delete anything from here?
Yes, you no longer need 3.
I can now delete SOR3 and SOR4. Why? Because these SOR3 and SOR4, these objects are now sitting within SOR2. Merge SOR2, right? So I can delete SOR3 and SOR4. All I do, right click and delete. Click on yes. Now I'm left with only merged SOR1 and merged SOR2. Now what do I need to do? Now I need to merge those two to create one master shared object repository. Tools, object repository merge tool. We select SOR1 and we select merged SOR2. Click open, click OK. One conflict found, one test object with identical descriptions and different names. So we close this. And again, it's just a browser that's different, which is no big deal. But we have page 1, 2, 3, and 4 now all within one repository. Right?
How do you change that, like, if there's...
The names?
Yeah, like the conflict, how we work on that.
Oh, it's not a big deal right now. When we're going to edit this repository, to update the names and everything, we can do that then. Okay? So we're going to come here, File, Save As. What are we going to do? Let's call it Master SOR. And save it. I can name it whatever I want, right? It just has to mean something to me and to the other testers on the team, right? Okay, and now we can see here in my shared object repositories I have master SOR and merge SOR1 and merge SOR2. Can I delete anything from here? Yep. What? I can delete merge SOR1 and merge SOR2, right? Why? Because both of the objects from both of these repositories is sitting in master SOR, right? So all I do, come here, right click and delete, and click yes. Cool?
It's a lot of space.
Say, yeah, 272.
272, but the other one is 254 or something.
Yeah.
Together was almost 500.
Yeah. Okay. All right, and so now I need to edit those names, the browser names and all that kind of stuff. Where can I do that? No, Yesterday I said that the extension should be MTR for master. No, I did not. All I've done, I've been working with shared object repositories. Okay? So shared object repositories always have a file extension of .tsr. Always. Okay?
So what is it for MTR?
MTR is the local is the local object repository. File extension for local object repository is .mtr. Okay? Alright, so I want to edit those names. How do I do that? Sorry? Edit? No, where do I go? Where do I go to edit the names of the object repository? Of a shared object repository? Resources and then?
Then object repository manager?
Object repository. Associate repository. What do you guys say? Manager or associate repositories? Associate repositories. What about the guys online? What do you guys say? Under OR manager and enable edit. Okay. Object repository manager. Someone is saying. Someone is saying associate repository. Okay. So let's see what happens. So let's go with associate repositories. What do we do here? We need to associate the repository with our script, right? So we click on the add button. We select that shared object repository. And again, despite the name, I could have named this blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter what I name it. It's still a shared object repository, right? That's why the file extension is TSR. Click open. And I want to assign it to this action, associated with this action, action 1, which is where we are having our script. We click OK. And now we can see it in our object repository, all of these objects here. But I need to change the name. I wanted to edit this name, electronics cars pass. I want to name this my browser.
Now
right?
click on edit.
Click on edit.
Doesn't work.
Find and replace. No, that's not right. File. Oh no, I can't do anything else here. Tools. Objects file, associated repository, delete instant. No, none of this stuff. Locate and highlight enough. Where are we? What are we doing? Copy to local. What are we doing? No. Guys. Shared object repositories are read-only. Right? We can see that here in the repository manager. We can see that here. They're read-only, right? I cannot edit this. The only place where I can edit shared object repositories, where I can add objects, delete objects, edit the names, is in the object repository manager.
That's what it's supposed to be, because the manager still has that.
Yes. Resources, object repository manager. What do I do here? File, open. Select that shared object repository. Click OK. To edit SOR, you must open the SOR in the object repository manager. By default, SOR are read-only, right? 9. Let's actually, so A, open OR manager, B, file, open, select the SOR file, C, what's next? I've opened it, right?
Yeah.
File, enable editing.
Right.
Enable editing. Yeah? Start editing the SOR. Add, delete objects, rename objects, etc. Right? Where's my notes? Okay. And now I can come here and change this to my browser. Right? Everything else
Is there any way that, like, suppose if you have multiple conflicts, right? And you come to this page to edit, so that time you didn't do it, so you're just waiting that you're going to do it now. But now how...
Well, no, I couldn't do it in that tool, object repository merge tool. I could not edit there. I have to edit it in this object repository manager.
Okay, so then if you have multiple conflicts now, how are you going to... do you think
Those conflicts, if you have multiple conflicts, any conflicts that you have, they must be resolved in that merge tool. Okay, they cannot be resolved anywhere else. Okay? The conflict was resolved. The conflict was we have we have the same browser, two different names. One was this, I forgot what the name was, but one was name 1, the other one was name 2. In the primary file it said name 1, in the secondary file it said name 2. I told UFT to go with whatever is in the primary file. And so the name remained as name 1, and that's what I just changed. I now changed it from name 1 to my browser.
It becomes just one probably, is that it?
Sorry?
After marking 4 of them, the name becomes 1?
No. I forgot what the name was. Okay? That's just me. I have a very bad memory. I forgot what the name was, what it was in the primary file. Okay? Whatever that name was, because it was in the primary file, that's what the name of the browser that was taken for this merged shared object repository. Okay? I now changed that name. I couldn't change the name there. In the merge tool, the only thing I can do to resolve the conflict is to say, go with this, with the name in this repository, in the primary repository file, or go with the name in the secondary repository. That's the only thing I can decide in that merge tool. Okay? All right. Can we edit the? No. You cannot delete, add, you cannot edit the object repository in that merge tool. You can only edit this object repository manager. Okay? All right. Now, I edited this name. What do I need to do? I need to save this. If I don't save it, it's not going to work. Make sure to save all changes. Okay? Now, 9. Now we need to associate the SOR, the merged SOR, with the test script, right? And then 10, begin to generate our script using the SOR, using the associated SOR. Okay? So, now how do I associate the merged SOR? Okay, so I save this, right? Okay, I can close that. Let's open up UFT. How do I associate repositories? Resources, associate repositories, right? In UFT, I go to resources.
It's kind of going back and forth on the repository. Once you go to associate, go to manager, come back to associate again.
Yep. I never went to associate before. I was just showing that that's not where you go to edit.
Oh no, for action.
That step that I did there,
yeah.
That's how you associate repositories. That's not how you edit the. I was just showing you that that's because many people were saying go to the associate repositories to edit the name, to edit the repository. Okay, so resources, and then associate repositories. Repositories. Right, let's delete this. And click on the click on the green cross, right, or the plus sign. And select the shared object repository to be associated.
Now is the time that we're doing that.
Now we're associating. We're associating the shared object repositories. Okay? And then select the action to be associated with the SOR, right? And click OK. Okay. Yes, I will show. I'm not done yet. I will show the checkpoints as well. Okay? Can we associate merge shared object repository at runtime? No, cannot. This is all done before runtime, before we run the test.
Before you even write this script, right?
Before you would want to do before you write the script, right? Exactly. Okay, so now we need to begin generating our script using the associated shared object repository. How do we do that? Come to Resources, Object Repository, and we can now see the object repository here, right? Now all we need to do is open up this thing and start dragging and dropping. First line is going to be launch IE and navigate to URL, which is going to be system-util.run iexplore.exe ebay.com, right? And even before this, I can have close all browsers, right? System-util.close process by name iexplore.exe, right? Okay. Now, what are we going to do? We're going to drag and drop. What am I searching for?
Oh, so for this one, we don't have to enable editing. We just drag and drop.
No, yeah, we don't need to enable editing.
Here, like, it's like kind of...
It's done. I'm not doing anything now, right? I'm not doing anything with the object repository. All I'm doing is using it to drag and drop, right? Click on search, right? Make sense? Now page 2, I'm going to select the type. Now this, I'm going to set it to on. What I'm doing here, right? Let's come back to it. Okay, so there are different actions that can be performed on various objects. For example, on a link, we can click the link. Click would be the action. Okay? In UFT, these are known as methods. Right. Okay? On a web edit, the method one of the methods that we can perform, or one of the actions that we can do on a web edit is set. Right? On a web checkbox, these are all web checkboxes, right? All of these things right here.
It has to be the on or off.
It has to be, we're setting it, right? But we're setting it to either on or off, right? So for example, right here, this type right here, this hybrid. Right now, this web checkbox is set to off. All we're doing when I say set on, I'm setting it to on. Basically, I am clicking.
So they don't use the word check, uncheck.
It's not check,
On or
uncheck.
off right here.
On or off. Okay. When we go more into this with descriptive programming, there's other things that we can do with web checkboxes and radio groups as well. Okay. So we'll talk about it at that time. Okay. So also after the type, let me actually do this.
Okay, I think the bicycle you wrote up there.
Huh?
That's going to
What did I? Yes. No?
It's correct now.
Oh, okay.
You forget to put the C, I think, or something there was.
Okay, alright, anyways, that's fine. Thank you. Set on, type hybrid, and then condition new, right? Set it to
But
on.
you put type first and then the condition after.
Because that's how we did it in this when we recorded it, right?
And but it showed up here like, you know.
We first set the type. So, for example, I come here, right? And I set the type. This hybrid, right? Type hybrid.
Yeah, type was first. But EFC saved it.
Oh, in the repository? Oh, that doesn't matter. The order in the object repository does not matter, as long as it's in the object repository, right? Where does the order matter? The order matters over here, in the script.
We have to keep that in mind of how it was in the main web page, whatever.
Right. Right. It just depends. The order only matters over here in the script, not in the object repository. In the object repository, it's all alphabetical order. Okay. All right. So the condition is new. What else? Condition is new, and then we click on the bike link, right? Right? This is simple stuff right now, right? Dragging and dropping, creating the script like this, right? Okay, and then we're going to come here, click on Add to Cart. And then over here, we're going to first set it to, let's say, 2, right? The item quantity. And then we're going to click on that Update link, right? Now we need to also add checkpoints, let's say. How do we do that? Well, it has to be on in record mode, right? That's the only way we can add checkpoints. So let's come here, let's make sure we get the right thing. New, right? Okay, and we come here, we click on this, right? Hey, it's already been added to my cart. Okay, so let me close this, start this over again. Oh, no, Alirana, no. The checkpoints are something that's specific to a specific test, and that's why they will not be saved in a shared object repository. Okay? They will always be part of the local object repository. So you're going to record, add it to the local repository, and use it in your script. That's how you're going to be creating your script. They're not going to be part of the shared object repository. Okay? All right. So let's come here. Bicycles. Hybrid. New. And then this first link right here. Then we click on this Add to Cart. Right? And now we're adding some checkpoints here, right? So let's come and let's add some checkpoints. Let's open up record mode. Let's make sure my record and run settings are fine. Yep, that's fine. Click on record. Let's save this test so far. Click on record. Come over here. What are we going to add the checkpoint on? You can add a couple different checkpoints. Let's do the bitmap checkpoint, right? On this image. Click OK. I'm not going to go through this stuff again, but yeah, we have this checkpoint here. Let's do timeout at 5 seconds. Click OK. Right? We can do a standard checkpoint. On what? On actually, let's do a text. Let's do a text checkpoint actually on that new, right? New is displayed between condition and quantity, right? 5. Click OK. Let's also, sorry?
When you do standard, when you do text, there is any similarity there?
No, we can do a standard checkpoint on this whole thing. Let's do a standard checkpoint on this link right here. How about that? Make sure that we're looking at the right link, at the right thing. So let's verify that this inner text is correct, right? That's fine. So we'll verify all these properties. Do checkpoint timeout at 5 seconds. Click OK. All right. So we had a couple of different checkpoints here. Output values, it's the same concept here. Let's do one thing. Let's stop this. And in here, let's update this to 2. Okay. Click on update. And then let's capture this 392, right? Because I want to capture, I'm not verifying it, I just want to capture it, and maybe I can, later on I can use this value somewhere else, right? That's what the point of the output value is. So, I'll come down here. Come back to record mode. And I will add a standard output value on this 392. And I want to verify, not that one, I want to verify this 392. I want to capture this property value. Click OK. And let's stop it. Okay, we can see that here. Okay, so now we have added a couple of checkpoints here. Okay. And we can save this. We can look in our object repository, and we see here that these checkpoints are here as part of the script, right? Make sense? Okay. No, that's a good question. Zain, Javed, what if you want to add checkpoints before you're at the last page, before you add the byte to the card? It'll record action, so would you just go back and delete? No. So what I'm going to do, let's do this then. Let's go back to our home page, and let's make sure that we're on eBay, right? I've already created my script. I already have a couple of checkpoints here. After I get to eBay, right, I want to verify that I'm on eBay. So what am I going to do? Let's save this. Go into record mode. Come over here. Add a checkpoint. Let's do a standard checkpoint on eBay. This logo here. It's an image. That's fine. We'll click OK. And that's fine. Okay. So we click on pass.
The page that we're in the right page.
Yeah, I just want to verify that we're on eBay and not on Facebook, for example. Right? And that's it. Let's stop. And now you can see here that this has happened. Did I do anything else with bicycles or anything else? No. Right? So I can add checkpoints at any point in my script as long as I take my application to that point in the script and go into record mode. Yeah?
Those checkpoints you added like after all this script,
Yeah.
The first one, it doesn't really matter. It has to be in between those.
No, well, think about it. I cannot have this checkpoint here, right? Your eBay shopping cart. That's verifying that we're on the shopping cart page. I cannot have this checkpoint right here at the top of my page. I mean, sorry, at the top of my script. I can't have it here. I cannot have it here. Why? Because when I get to ebay.com, I'm on ebay.com. I'm not in my shopping cart. Right? I'm verifying with that checkpoint, I'm verifying that I'm in my shopping cart. Right? When I verify the price, that $3.96, whatever that is, right?
After you add.
That's after I update. That's after I update the quantity. I want to verify that, you know, I wasn't verifying it, but if I was verifying it, and right now I'm just capturing the value, but if I was to verify it, I have to do that at that point in time, right? Even this output value, if I want to capture that value, I cannot do it over here at the beginning of my script because I'm not at that point yet in the application. Make sense? Okay, so let's see what happens when we run this. Okay. Oh, man.
He doesn't go there, right?
Yeah.
Hard. There wasn't a script saying that I mean close it.
Yeah. No, it's okay. What we'll do, let me close it, right? And I just want to make sure that everything is deleted. So I'll come back. I'll delete everything. Close it again, and let's run this again. So you can see up at the right, we don't have anything in my cart, so that add to cart button is there, link is there. Okay, and everything seems to be working fine. Cool. So we have this output value with capture 292.62. We have this checkpoint here, your eBay shopping cart, that passed. This is the text checkpoint, right? We have the bitmap checkpoint, that also passed. We have this checkpoint, this eBay, the logo is there, right? So everything is passing. Any questions on what I've gone over just now? Spent more time than I was expecting to. That's fine. Any questions? Let's see. The checkpoint will add to the. No, that checkpoint is not going to be added to the shared object repository. Okay, that checkpoint will be something that's specific to this test.
Only in the script.
Huh?
Only in the script.
Only in this script, right? Yeah, we're going to go to break. If there are no more questions, we can go to break, and we'll come back and begin descriptive programming. Cool? All right. All right, guys. Let's go to break. I will upload these notes. All right. Let's come back, guys, at 12. Okay? All right. Thank you.
আপনি যদি 5 ইঞ্চি করে থাকেন আমাকে বলুন। ক্লাস ঢুকেন নাই, ক্লাসে ঢুকেন নাই। দেখো না ওই যে এইটা শেয়ার্ড অবজেক্ট রিপোজিটরি আর এখন ব্রেক দিছে। হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ হ্যালো হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ শেয়ার অবজেক্ট আর নিয়ে দেখেন। হ্যাঁ আমি কম্পিউটারে বন্ধ করেন। না না এগুলো কম্পিউটার না না ফ্যান আছে এমন গরম লাগতেছে না, বুঝছেন ওই রকম মানে পাতলামি গরম না, আরামই আছে আরামই আছে সত্যি কথা বলতে। ফ্যান দিছে, আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে। আমি আনমিউট করে দিলাম। এই অবস্থায় ছিল।
All right, guys, let's get started again. Okay. Is it necessary to add checkpoint within our script, or all added at the end is okay? Amar Sadiq, that's a good question. It doesn't matter when you add the checkpoints as long as they are part of the script. Okay? You have to make sure that you're adding the checkpoints in the right points within the script. Okay? But it doesn't matter when you add the checkpoints. As you saw just now, before we went to break, I added that checkpoint for the eBay logo at the very end. That was the very last thing that I did before I ran the test, and that's on the first page of the test of the application, right? So it doesn't matter when you add the checkpoints as long as they're being added. Okay. Okay. Yeah, MD Raman. Email Mr. Saeed. Okay. Saeed Hussein at peopleintech.com. Email him at this email address and explain to him the issue that you're having. Hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. Here. SYED dot HUSSAI. Saeed Hussein at peopleintech.com. Okay? Email him here and explain the issue, and it should get resolved. Okay? All right. Okay, someone is saying to use the previous link, and that works fine. Okay, so maybe that might work as well. Okay, using the previous link for the webinar. Okay. All right, guys, so let's start. Descriptive programming. Okay?
I will be using the VB script for that.
We're going to be working with VB script, and we're going to be becoming experts with VB script by the end of the course. Okay? So before actually I get into creating our script, I actually have some notes already on the forum that I went over on the weekday class. I'll just download them onto this computer and let's see here. Descriptive programming. I'm going to download this stuff. I'm going to upload these notes again for the weekday class. For the weekend class, so you guys don't have to worry about it. One thing I will suggest that you guys download actually is a Notepad, Notepad++. Okay, I will highly recommend that you download this. I'm going to download this real quick right now. I don't think it's on here, so I'm going to download this. Okay, and I'll show what it does and why I'm downloading it in a second once I install it. Okay. No, Muhammad Lila, each time you're running the same script, we don't need to add the checkpoints every time. Once you save this, now those checkpoints are saved with that local repository. So you're going to be fine. You don't have to keep adding those checkpoints. Okay. And let's see, we have this. I will save this on my desktop. Save it. And I will open up in here from my desktop. There we go. Okay. Now I will Okay. Can you guys see this in the back, or shall I make it bigger?
A little bit bigger.
Sorry. Okay. Cool. All right. Now the reason that I'm telling you guys to download this, it's just a suggestion. Okay. You don't have to do it. But what I like about this is that I can come here into Notepad++, come over to language, and select Visual Basic. Visual Basic is VB Script, right? Similar to VB Script. And we see here everything is commented because I have the apostrophe here, the single quote. That's why everything is appearing in green. If I was to write, oh, it's upstairs, okay. You see how the set comes up in blue and everything? You see that color coding there, right? Right? So what I just did, I wrote out a line. What I wrote, don't really worry about it. But my point is that we have the same color coding or similar color coding that we see in QTP, in UFT. Okay? And the reason I'm saying to download this and to work with this is that towards the end of the course, we're going to start writing code not in UFT but in Notepad. Okay. So we're going to really need to know VB Script and everything because that we're not going to have any help. You'll see how UFT is able to help us out as we're creating our script. But we're going to be writing our script in Notepad, or parts of our script in Notepad, and so we need something that can help us with the color coding and things like that. Just something to help us out. It's a simple Notepad.
In real world, what are you basically going to be using?
Sorry?
In real world, like in a Dell place or a market, what are you basically going to be using?
You will be using UFT. You could be using Notepad, Notepad++. Notepad++ is a very common Notepad that's used. Okay, there's others like it. I like to use Notepad++. Okay? All right, guys. So I got some notes here on descriptive programming. Once we go, we're going to go through these, and then we're going to start creating our some scripts and using descriptive programming. Okay? So first thing here, when and where to use descriptive programming, DP. One instance is when we have dynamic object properties. What do I mean by dynamic? It means changing.
Yeah.
Okay? Right, changing. Hey guys, give me 1 second. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so what do I mean by dynamic? Dynamic basically means changing, right? So changing object properties. How can object properties change? We'll talk about that. What that basically means is, so stick shift.
Yeah, we put some boxes.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Put it in the back seat.
Back seat.
Back seat. Yeah, well, how big is it?
Huh?
How big?
2 boxes.
Too small box? Yeah, in the back seat. Okay. So dynamic means changing. What do I mean by changing object properties? Well, we saw here, for example, when I changed the quantity here, this number changed, right? And we saw when we created that checkpoint, right, that this 39, or not the checkpoint, the output value, that I think it was the inner text or some property value, was 392. right? So the property is staying the same, but the value is changing, right? With quantity of 1, right? With quantity of 1, we have 196.31. So let's say it was the inner text property. The value of that inner text property right now is 196.31. But when I come here and I click on this, when I select the quantity as 2, the inner text property will change from 196 to now 392, right? So the property values are changing, right? How are we going to deal with those? When we record a script or when we have something, this object stored in our object repository, right? It's what it is, okay? If it was recorded as 196, then it has to be 196. It cannot change. We have to tell it in some way that it's going to change. There's a way to do that using the object repository, but we're not going to get into it. We're going to do it using descriptive programming. Okay? We're going to deal with it using descriptive programming. So object properties in the AUT. Be familiar with this term. AUT stands for what? No. Stands for application under test. Stands for application under test. Okay? Properties in the AUT are changing and so require special handling to identify the object. Also, if we have a large object repository, right? So a large OR will reduce performance of UFT while recognizing an object. We want to bypass the object repository. We don't want to use the object repository at all. Okay? So right now, the object repositories that we're working with have a few objects, 10, 12, 15 objects, right? Realistically, on the job, object repositories will have hundreds of objects. Shared object merge, shared object repositories, things like that. They'll have hundreds of objects. So the more objects you have, right, the more time UFT is spending going through each object, seeing if it matches the line that it's looking at, right? So it slows down the performance, okay? Not to mention it takes up space, right? So when we have a large object repository, we can use descriptive programming instead and do away with the object repository, okay? We're going to completely do away with the object repository. How is UFT then going to recognize the objects? Still by using the object's properties and values. Only difference is that information about the object's properties and values will not be stored within UFT, within the object repository. Instead, we will tell UFT in the line, in the script, what the object's properties and values are. Okay, and we'll do that today. Okay. We can also use descriptive programming if the application is not ready, if it's still in the development phase of the SDLC. What do we need? What does UFT need in order to identify an object, in order to perform an action on an object? First, it needs to identify it, right? And then it can perform an action, right? In order to identify it, what does it need? The object's properties and values. It doesn't need the object itself. We don't need to do a record session and record the script. No, we can use descriptive programming instead. Okay? This will save time in the entire SDLC process, right? Because as the development process is being done, as the developers are developing the application, we could be developing our automation scripts, right? Now, how are we going to find out the object's properties and values if we don't have the application in front of us? We would look at the design documents. We would talk to the developers, we would talk to the BAs, and you would get those requirements in the design documents, right? On the design documents, you remember from the SDLC class when I went over this, right? In the design phase of SDLC, those design documents are being created, right? So we have those wireframes and those mock-ups, those blueprints, right? Those are just one type of the design documents, right? There's many other different types of design documents. One of those includes all of these objects, properties, and values, right? Those design documents are basically the plan that the developers have laid out for how they're going to be developing the application.
Okay, how, well, if the application already has been developed and the same structure, everything they use in order to develop that, that's the same thing the tester will have to.
Yeah, we can get access to those design, yeah, we'll have access to those design documents. Okay, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, could the developer by himself could test his application?
Developers do test their own application. What type of testing do developers do?
Well, obviously
What is
they
it?
do
Unit testing.
Right.
They do unit testing, right? The QA team, the quality assurance team, software testers, they do the full functional testing and all that kind of stuff. They do the whole proper testing. But developers also do a little bit of testing too, right?
But some people, some developers take the initiative to do all the testing now.
No. There's a reason why that doesn't happen, okay? And that's because if you wrote a paper, right? You wrote it, it's your baby. You're going to think it's perfect. Yeah? I'm a tester, right? If I'm checking your paper for mistakes, my only job is to look at your paper, analyze your paper, criticize your paper, and point out every little mistake you've made. For one thing, you're going to hate my guts, right? Second, it's going to make you look bad, right? In front of the manager and everything. Oh, how did you make this silly mistake? Don't you know how to spell tree? Right? For example.
It's
right?
combinable.
But do you think if you were checking your own paper, right, and you want to look good in front of your manager, are you going to point out that you've misspelled tree? No.
I never.
Of course not. You'd never do that. That's why there's always a separation. Okay? Testers will test what the developers develop. So on any one project, developers will only do developing. Testers will only do testing. Does that mean that developers don't know how to do testing? Absolutely not. Does that mean that testers don't know how to do development? Absolutely not. They can do both jobs, okay, in some cases, okay? They can do both jobs, but on any given project, they're only doing one, either developing or testing. For this specific reason only.
Because I'm studying programming in school and then doing testing again.
Yeah.
I was wondering what's going to happen.
No, you can do both jobs, but on different projects. Okay, not at the same time. Okay. So when the application is not ready, it's still in the development phase, right? So to use descriptive programming, we only need two things, the object's properties and the property values, right? And by the way, guys, you do not need to write this stuff down. I will post this. Do not write this down. Just pay attention to what I'm saying, okay? Where do we get these from if the application isn't available? From the design documents, right? From the developers. All right. The object repository is in read-only or shared mode, right? So if we have a shared object repository, we cannot edit that shared object repository, right? So we cannot add objects, we cannot delete objects, we can't edit the properties of those objects, all that kind of stuff. We can't use the drag and drop method to create scripts. What I mean here is that we can, I just showed you, we can use the drag and drop method with the shared object repository. But what I mean here is that we cannot create effective tests, right? If the shared object repository contains objects or doesn't contain objects that I need for my test, I would have to, have access to the object repository manager to add the objects to the repository, that I need for my test, right? And if I don't, then I have to create a local object repository, and that can take up space, right? And so on and so forth. So it's not always possible to create effective tests, even using the drag and drop, or if we have shared object repositories, right? We might have to spend time editing the repositories and all that kind of stuff, and that can take up time, waiting for the QA lead or the senior tester to update the shared object repository and all that kind of stuff. Instead of waiting for them to help you out, we can just use descriptive programming, create a script, and execute our test and be done with it, right? Okay. It's possible to make changes in the shared object repository, but those changes might affect other scripts that use the same shared object repository. So again, same thing, we can change the object repository, but it might affect other people's tests, all right, right? So we don't always want to change those object repositories. Another reason to use descriptive programming. several identical objects that require the same action, right? Remember, one of the reasons we do automation is for repeatable tasks, right? So we have the same object that require the same action. So for example, we have 15 text boxes on a page whose name property is text_1, text_2, text_3, etc. Adding all 15 text boxes, to the object repository will not be the most efficient way of creating your script. It's not that using the object repository is wrong, it's just that it's not the best way to do it, right? It's not the most efficient way to do it. Since the only way to uniquely identify each text box is by using the index property, which we'll talk about in a little bit, it's better to use descriptive programming instead of using the object repository. Okay, now, how to use descriptive programming. There are two ways that we're going to be using object repository, descriptive programming. One is by giving a description in the form of a string argument. This is known as inline descriptive programming or static descriptive programming, right? Here's an example of it, okay? So we have a browser, it's being identified using a property called mic class. What this mic class is, I'm going to explain right here in a second, right? And the value of that property is browser. Within that browser, we have a page. It's being identified using a property called mic class, right? The value of this property is page, right? Now within this page, we have a web edit object, and that web edit is being identified by a couple of different properties. We have HTML tag, which has a property of input. There's a title property that has a value of username. Now, on this web edit, we're performing an action called set, and we're setting a username.
So make it something like unique to BB-script.
Right. Well, I'm going to explain it right now. Okay. So the object repository does not provide description properties for browser and page object classes. Okay. So if you look at an object repository, do I have one associated? I don't. I have, okay, so I have this open. So let me just really quickly. Here. So if you look at this, so we can look at the image, right, and we see these description properties here, right? We have image type, HTML tag, and alt, whatever. There's nothing here for page. You see that? There's nothing here for page. There's nothing here for browser. Right? Do you guys see that? So the object repository does not provide description properties for browser and page object classes. Mic class. This is the class name property as seen in Object Spy. Okay. So now I'm going to introduce another tool within UFT to you guys. It's called Object Spy. Okay? Let me delete this. In your UFT window, we come over here, Object Spy. This guy right here looks like Walter White, right? Walter White. All right. It's also here in their tools, Object Spy. Okay. So we come here and click on this, and we get this little window over here, right? Now, how we're going to work with this and what we're going to be doing with this is we're going to use Object Spy to determine what the object's properties and values are. Okay? What does that mean? How are we going to do this? Let's look. We're going to come here, open up Object Spy, click on this button right here. Use the pointing hand to select an object. Use the pointing hand to select an object. You can press and hold the control key to perform mouse operations. So let's take a look at this. Let's click on this. And you see my hand, my cursor has now changed to a hand. Now I need to find an object on the page, an Internet Explorer. So what do I need to do? I need to come here, I need to click on Internet Explorer. But what's going on here? Do you see in the Object Spy window, right? Do you see under the object hierarchy window at the top? It says window, underneath that there's a win object. It's look at where my mouse is right now, down here at the bottom on the Internet Explorer, right? It's identifying this E symbol, this icon here down here. That's what it's identifying. But now if I press my control button on my keyboard, right, You see how my arrow down here, you see my arrow right here? It's not, the cursor has now changed to an arrow. I have the control key pressed on my keyboard, right? So I come down, I click on Internet Explorer. I now have, oops. Oh boy, that's not good. Sorry. Zoom must be at 100%. Messed that up by mistake there. I still have the control button pressed on my keyboard. Now I let go of the control button, and you see right away that it becomes a hand, and now I'm able to select items. Okay, I'm able to select items. I need to scroll up for a second, so I'm going to press the control button on my keyboard. Now it becomes a arrow again, and I just click and drag. Do you see that? Do you see this? This right here? This is a web element. This is a link.
Find all the properties.
This will find all the properties. So let's take a look at, for example, let's take a look at this proceed to checkout. Right? I'm going to click on it. And you see there's a hierarchy, browser, page, and then link. Right? So we have the browser. Within that browser, there's a page. Within that page, there's a link. Does this sound familiar? We have a browser. Within that browser, there's a page. Within that page, there's, in this case, a web edit. Right? We have a browser, within that a page, within that a link. Right? Now, let's take a look at this. We see all these properties and values here. We see property called class name here. We see property called absolute X, absolute Y, background color, class, color, font, height.
All the properties.
All the properties, these are all HTML properties. Okay? This is not Java, this is not C++, this is all HTML. Okay? So, by the way, interview question. Okay? This is one of those tricky interview questions. What is the HTML tag property value for a link? It will always be A.
What is the question?
What is the HTML tag property value for a link? For any link. HTML tag property value for any link on any website will always be A. The value will always be A. You can check that. Huh?
Is there a reason?
I'm not sure what the reason is. I know that that's what it is though.
That's what
That's what
it is.
it is. Okay? You can check this by going to any website that you want to, clicking on any link, make sure that it says link over here, right? The HTML tag property will always be A. This is one of those interview questions that they ask us to make sure that you have 6 years of experience. Okay? All right, so we have this object SPI, all it does is it gives us the different properties and its values, right? We're going to work with this extensively. So we're going to get a lot of practice with object SPI. Okay? Where are we? Okay, so MIC class is the class name property as seen in object SPI. So we just saw here class name property. You see this? Right? The class name is a property and the value is, in this case, it's a web element. Right? So for browsers, let's take a look at this. For browser, the class name value is browser. For page, the class name value is page. Right? Now, all this is saying is that we're going to be using, instead of writing class name here, or over here, right, on this line, instead of writing class name here, we're going to write something, we're going to write this word, MIC class. Okay? What is this? MIC class stands for Mercury Interactive Constant Class. Mercury Interactive Constant Class. Okay? You guys remember when I went over the history of UFT? It was owned for a bit of time by a company called Mercury Interactive Corporation, right? So they have a couple of different things here. The remnants of Mercury Interactive is still here in UFT and also in ALM. So Mercury Interactive Constant Class, that's what MIC class stands for. Okay? So, and all this is saying is that to use the class name property and its value using descriptive programming, you must use MIC class and not class name. Okay? So you see here, in this example right here, we have web edit. right? And this web edit has an HTML tag property, and the value is input, right? So just like HTML tag is a property and the value is input, right? Same way, instead of writing class name, we're going to write mic class. But we're only going to do this for browsers and pages, not for any other object. We're not going to do it for links, web edits, web buttons, web elements, any of these other things. Only browser and only page, nothing else. Okay? So, yeah. Now there's a difference between class name and the class property. So you see here, we have class name, but we also have, in some cases, if you look at the browser, web element, right? We have, so here, we have a class name, and the class name value is web element. We have a class property, and the value is this FWB, whatever this means. Right now, guys, we don't need to pay attention on what these property values actually mean, okay? As we practice more and more, we're going to get some understanding of what these property values actually mean, okay? But for right now, we're not worried about what they mean, okay? We're just worried about what they actually are, okay? So, class name versus class. This class name property, this is the basic essence of that object. So if the class name is changed, the object itself will change. For example, if we change the class name from web element to web edit, right? Where is this? Web element? This is 392.62, this is this thing right here, right? If we change this from a web element to a web edit, means that we're making it into a web edit, like this box right here. That's not the same thing as this, right? By changing the class name property, we're changing the actual object itself. Okay? The class property, right? Class is a selector used for styling purposes in HTML. So it's a way that developers use to format the object in the way that we want to see it. Okay? Something like CSS, yeah. Okay? This class, FWB. So this is saying that it's going to be bold, right? This is, the font is going to be black. Class can define these kinds of things, how we see it on the page. Okay? The class name is the essence, what the actual object is. My screen just went blank. Okay, never mind. There we go. We're back. Okay. So this is how we need to understand the way that we're going to be writing out this line. Okay? This is one way. Giving a description in the form of a string argument, right? This is all one line. This is all considered one string. Okay? So this is known as inline descriptive programming or static descriptive programming. Okay? There's another way. Whoa. Sorry. What's going on? Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. There's another way of using descriptive programming, and that's by creating something called a properties collection object. This we will talk about in a couple of weeks. We're not talking about it right now, but the notes are here, and I'll refer back to these notes, and I'll post them up again when we talk about this type of descriptive programming. Okay? But this is known as dynamic descriptive programming. Why is it called dynamic descriptive programming? We'll talk about it at that time when we talk about this. Okay? And this is how we would actually do it. Okay? And before we get to that, we're going to talk about what this dim is and description.create and all this kind of web button set. We'll talk about all of these things. Okay? By the time we get to it. All right. Things to note about descriptive programming. When using descriptive programming from a specific point within a test, where previously you have used the object repository, you must continue to use descriptive programming from that point onwards. To complete the object hierarchy. What this means. Let's say, resources, object repository. Let's add an object to my object repository. So we add this web element. Okay? If I was to write actually, you know what I'll do? Instead of writing it out, I'm just going to copy and paste it from these notes. Change this. This is web element, and I'll say text is equal to $392.62. And
VBScript case sensitive too, right?
VBScript is not case sensitive, but we'll talk about that. Okay. Okay. What am I doing? Don't worry about it. I'm just showing you, right? What that line is saying. What this is saying is when using descriptive programming from a specific point within a test where previously you have used the OR, you must continue to use descriptive programming from that point onwards. What this means. This line right here is completely using descriptive programming. What this line means we'll talk about in a minute. But when I run this, right, we can see here, it should, in my application, if it works, okay, that's fine. So anyways, it's okay. Don't worry about it. So what this is going to do, what we're supposed to do is just simply highlight this web element. Okay? So this is fine. Okay? This is fine the way that this is. Okay? The syntax and all that. What is not fine is if I say browser, right? Sorry. Let's take this. Okay, let's use drag and drop there. And you see how I have web element here? Instead of this, I'm going to say inner text colon equals to 392.62. Oops. 2.62. HTML tag colon equals to 3. Okay.
Could it be any default value there? Like just patient and anything?
No. Okay. What I'm saying though is that this is not allowed. Okay. What did I do here? Up till this point, I'm using the object repository. From this point on, I'm using descriptive programming. Right? This is not allowed. This is incorrect.
It has to be either a repository or
Yes. Okay. So again, what is not allowed here? And this is the other way. This is basically reversed. Okay. This is saying I'm using descriptive programming up to here. Right? You see browser, mid-class colon equals to browser, dot page, mid-class colon equals to page, web table, whatever the properties and values here. Right? Dot web element, and then I have this thing here. Date, March 27th. When I see something like this, right, in this line, I can tell that this is coming from the object repository, that this is a logical name. Right? Because if it was descriptive programming, it would look like this. It would be in this format. This date is not in the same format. It doesn't look like this.
So for descriptive programming, obviously for date, there wouldn't be any mid-class. Mid-class only for browser and a page.
The class is only for browser. So, look, you see how the web table here? We have property colon equals to value. That's not how it is here.
So that's how it.
The format is supposed to be like this: property colon equals to value. Even this, property colon equals to property value, right? This is not like that. This is coming from the object repository. This also is not allowed. Okay? Cannot hear you. Can you guys, online, are you guys okay? Can you guys hear me online? See my screen and everything? Yes, yes. Okay, people online are able to hear me. Okay, that's fine. Okay, guys, thank you. So this is not allowed. We cannot mix and match descriptive programming and using the object repository. Okay? So here we're using descriptive programming to describe the browser, the page, and the web table, but using the OR to identify the web element. This will not work. All right. Number 2, UFT evaluates all property values in descriptive programming as regular expressions. We'll talk about that when we talk about regular expressions. So we'll come back to this line, these things later on. This third thing here. There is a myth that descriptive programming can be used when UFT is unable to identify objects using normal means. This is a myth. It's not true. Okay? People believe it to be true, but it's not. Okay? Descriptive programming provides a way to bypass the object repository and also provides a bit of flexibility to identify objects. However, if even after applying the appropriate add-ins you are not able to identify an object, don't assume that descriptive programming can help you out. What many people assume is that, okay, if we're having issues with the object repository, it's not able to identify everything. We're using mandatory properties. We're using assistive properties. We're using something called smart identification, right? We're using this thing called ordinal identifiers, both of which we haven't talked about right now, but we will later, right? These are all different ways that we can identify objects. If all of these things don't work, then they assume that descriptive programming is, some kind of a godsend, and it can find all objects and all that kind of stuff. That's not the case. Okay? If even using object repository and using these normal means does not work, don't assume that descriptive programming will also work too. Okay? In some cases, it won't work. Okay? So you have to find some other way to deal with these types of objects. Okay. So, any questions on any of these things here in these notes? Any questions? Anyone have any questions? No questions. Awesome. So, what we will do is, let's start. And I am assuming, I just need to check one thing, guys. Actually, let's delete. Yeah, I will post these notes that I just went over. Okay. In fact, they're already on the forum. I'm just going to post them again for the weekend class. But they're already on the forum, actually. So I just want to check one thing. Let's see what happens when I run this. Okay, so that's working. So it's able to identify the browser. Perfect. Okay. So let's come back and we'll work with admins.com/calculators. No, I was just looking at checking something for myself. I will explain what I did later on. Okay? I know what I did. I will. Don't worry. Don't worry. I was just checking something on my own. That's all. Okay? All right. So we are here, right? Let's write out a manual test case. Okay, let's just write out the steps, right? Step 1 would be to launch the browser, right? Step 2 would be to, well, actually, let's just put it together. Launch the browser and navigate to URL, right? Step 2, once we're there, enter the monthly payment, right? In the correct web edit box, right? Step 3, click on the Go button. Step 4, now we're on the second page, right? Enter the zip code, right? You guys remember that? Step 5, click on the Update Zip Code button. Step 6, let's enter something here, go on to the next page, just to make sure that we are getting the right steps. Yeah, we'll do lunch till 2:15, that's fine. So after the zip code, the loan term, right? Select the appropriate loan term. Step 7, the finance rate. Enter the finance rate in the correct web edit box, right? Step 8, enter the value of trade-in. Enter the trade-in value. Step 9, enter the amount owed on trade-in. Step 10, enter the down payment. The cash down payment value. And step 11, click on the calculate button. Right? Okay. So these are the steps, right? And we're going to write the script out to automate this, right? One thing we need to understand, guys, is that when it comes to working with UFT, okay? When it comes to working with UFT, there's two things that we need to understand. We have an automation aspect, and we have a testing aspect, okay? Right now, and for the rest of today, we're not worried today about testing, okay? So we're not going to worry about how we're going to verify that we're on the right page, how we're going to capture any values and compare the value, all that kind of, we're going to get to that later on. We're going to get to this testing aspect a little bit later on. Right now, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the automation aspect. In other words, we're going to learn how to create the script, okay? Because that's very important. Once we understand how to create the script, how to work with the language, then we can apply the testing concept as well, and that's not going to be too much more work once we have the automation concept down. Okay? So we're going to focus on automation, and then later on we're going to focus on the testing aspect of this. Okay? All right. I just wanted a reason to use the highlighter. I haven't used it in a while. Okay. So, step 1. We all know this one, right? System util.run iexplore.exe and admins.com/calculators. I can add the system util.close process by name. I can do all that stuff, but we'll do that. We'll get to that later on. Okay, that's fine. So we got this line. That's it. Now, we need to enter the monthly payment in the correct web edit box, right? What is the monthly payment going to be? Let's say it's going to be $450, right? So we know this. We know that this is going to be something like dot set and then 450, right? Yeah. That's what it's going to be. We know at the end of the line that's what we got to put. We know that, right? How do we know how we can tell UFT to look at the correct web edit box? How can we identify that correct web edit box? Now we need to look at the objects file. We need to use the objects file to look at what? The properties of the object. To look at, sorry, the object's properties and values, exactly. So let's, come on. Okay, so we need to come and we need to look at the object's properties and values. We're going to use object spy. Walter White up here, right? Object spy, we click on it, we open it up, and we drag it over here. Why am I dragging it over here to the side?
So we could see that screen.
Because if I don't, it opens up right here, right? If I don't, now it's blocking my view. When I have to click on the go button, it's not gonna, it's in my way, right? I'm gonna drag it out of the way, click on that button, and come here and click on Web Edit. And I can see all the properties here. Now, which properties do I take?
Name,
Name?
tag, and what else do you see?
Oh, hold on. Did you memorize those mandatory properties?
You know, from the other script. Yeah.
Oh, you memorized those mandatory. Oh my God, I'm gonna make fun of you now. All right, look at this. So our tools, object identification, web edit, HTML tag, name and type. You memorized this stuff, right?
I would go one type.
Forgot one of them.
There could be multiple, but there could be more if they have those.
Yeah? We will not be coming and looking at the mandatory and assistive properties to determine what properties to use for our descriptive programming. The reason is I can come in here, take absolute X and absolute Y, take the class, I can make it, select this, I can take out HTML tag, I can take out name, I can add max length, I can take out type, add title, add X and Y, whatever I want to do.
But is there anything that like has to be there?
No.
No, there's nothing.
The only thing that you need to be cognizant of, the only thing that you need to make sure of is that you are able to uniquely identify the object. Okay? Do not come and look at these mandatory properties and assistive properties, because anyone can come and change them at any time, right? What I want you to do is to look at use object spy, click on that object, look at these objects and their value, these properties and their values, and analyze them and determine which combination of properties and values can uniquely identify the object. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? What I'm going to do so that we can better see these properties and values. Okay? You see this button right here, this is the very last button? Copy the identification properties to the clipboard. Copy. I'm going to click on it. Click it. And then I'll come here and I'll simply paste. And I see these properties here. Should I make it bigger?
Do you see this bold right here?
Okay. All right. So we have, all I've done here is I've copy and pasted from the object spy
All the properties.
the properties and their values. That's all I've done, nothing else. Okay? Now I can easily see these. I can see all of the properties, right? Now I can begin writing out my script. Let's start. You can close this. First thing is we have a browser. And we have to have some properties and values that are going to identify it. And then within that we have a page, and that's going to have also some properties and values. And then we have a web edit. That's going to have a couple of properties and values. Dot set.
So whatever.
Perfect. Cool. Now let's come in and fill in these properties and values. Okay? Browser will always be what? McClass colon equals to browser. Why? How do I know that it's browser? When I come and I look at this class name, well, I'm going to look at object spy. And I look at the browser. I see class name is browser. That's why I'm saying McClass is equal to browser. What about the page? Class name is page. So again, McClass colon equals to page. Okay.
Capitalized, right?
It doesn't have to be capitalized. VB script is not case sensitive, meaning the case. This is uppercase, right? Uppercase P. This is lowercase c. That does not matter. I do it just because I'm used to writing it this way. Okay? So we got this, right? We all understand this part? Make sure you practice this stuff and make sure you're doing this in the correct order. Colon equals to. That's how it has to be. Okay?
If you put like any space in between by mistake or whatever.
If you put a space here, it will be incorrect. It will be incorrect. Okay? And trust me, guys, you will have first couple of times that you do this, right? First several times you do this, you will have lots and lots and lots of syntax mistakes. Please do not get frustrated with it. Okay? The only way that you can overcome these silly mistakes is when you keep doing it over and over and over again. Okay? All right. So browser, McClass browser.page, McClass page. My screen went blank again. Okay. Now, web edit. Now I need to add the properties and values, right? What properties? Let's take a look at these properties here. First of all, ABSX, ABSY. Absolute X, absolute Y. Do I want to use these property values? No. I don't want to use them. Why? This is talking about, if you remember from your math class in high school, the X and Y coordinates, right? You have on a graph, you have the X and Y coordinates, right?
Yeah, where the property exactly sitting on the page.
Where exactly this object is sitting on the page. That's what this is talking about. So we have absolute X and Y, and we have at the bottom down here, X and Y. I will never use these properties. Okay?
They might be usable like for certain.
There are sometimes, some instances where you would use them, but for the most part, we're not going to use them. Okay? We can delete this X and Y here. Up here, we can delete this absolute X and Y. Okay? Now, let's take a look at the different properties and their values and see what we can use to uniquely identify the object. Remember, the key here that you want to keep in mind is uniquely identifying the object. Okay?
There's no conflict with any other object.
Exactly. Let's take a look. Let's go down the list. Class input dollar. I don't know what this means, input dollar, but
Like the dollar,
this class,
the amount could be put in like as a dollar.
it's going to look as a dollar, US dollar format, something like that. Okay. Again, remember, class is that HTML thing that presents it to us. It helps with the formatting, right? So, class input dollar. Do you think this by itself can be unique?
No, because a lot of other objects have the same.
A lot of other. How do you know that though? How can we be sure? What we can do is we can come back, use object spy, open up our application. So we know what the properties of this web edit is, right? Let's take a look at this first one. You see here class input dollar. It's the same thing. Let's do it again for the second object, for the second web edit. Class input dollar is the same thing, right? And this last one, class input dollar, it's the same thing. So this by itself is not unique enough. Default value is 0. Well, let's take a look at the application. All of them have a default value of 0. You see that? So I don't even need to use object spy for that. I can tell, using my own common sense, that default value for all of them is 0, so it's not going to be unique. Right? Disabled. So in programming, we have true and false, right? 0 and 1, right? Binary code. Some of you guys might know this. It's okay if you don't, right? So we have binary code, 0 and 1, right? You guys might have learned this in the CNSS class a little bit. Okay, I think Mr. Nizam talks about it a little bit. So disable, 0, this means it's false. 0 is false. 1 is true. So it's not disabled. But none of the other objects here are disabled either. So it's not going to help us. Height, 28. I don't want to use this. I don't want to use this property and value. Why? Because the height can change. Okay? HTML ID, calc input 3. This, let's look at this. Calc, and look at the value here. Calc input 3. The third one right here, right? This is 1, 2, this is the third one. That's the one that I want to work with. This is 4. So this calc input 3, oops, sorry, might be something that I can use, right? Let's make sure that it's actually unique by coming here, using object spy, and looking at the other properties, the other objects' properties. Let's look at this. HTML ID for the first one. It says calc input 1. Let's look at the second one. Calc input 2. You guys see that? HTML ID property value is calc input 2, right? And let's look at the last one here, 4. Oops, sorry. HTML ID property value is calc input 4 for the fourth web edit. So what does that mean? That means that this is something that's uniquely identifying in that web edit. So what am I going to do? I'm going to copy and paste. Why don't I want to type it up? Because I'm a human and I'm really good at making mistakes. So I'm just going to copy and paste. You see that?
So how did you set it up that you're going to put 3 properties there with their value in it? Why didn't you put more?
Oh, we will use more. You let me finish this line, guys, and then we're gonna go to lunch. Okay. Now we can almost 95% of in this case, only in this case, we are about 95% sure that we can uniquely identify the object using just this HTML ID property and value. We're about 95%. As a rule of thumb, as a good practice, we want to always use 2 to 3 properties to identify an object. Okay? I don't care if you have to use 10 or 20 or 40 properties to identify an object. What's important is that you are uniquely identifying the object. That's what's important. If you can uniquely identify it in 2 to 3 properties, fine. If you need 4 or 5 properties to identify it, also fine. No problem. Okay? So we got calc input 3 here. What else do you think we can take? What about this inner text? Do you think we can take this inner text property? Does it make sense to use it? No, because there's no value for it, right? It's not going to help us identify, right? What about this name, calc default value? We could use it to help, right? HTML tag, it doesn't have now, at this point, we're just trying to add more properties to further identify, further uniquely identify, right? So we know that the calc input 3 is pretty much unique, right? But we want to make sure that we're adding another, 2 to 3 properties. Another 1 to 2 properties, so we have a total of 2 to 3 properties, right? All right. So let's take HTML tag input, right?
Is it unique?
It's not unique by itself, but with the combination of the HTML ID, we can take it. We can make it work, right? So let's add this. And let's also actually add, let's look at some other stuff here. Type. What about type? Text. We could use that too. Okay? We could use any one of these, and at this point, we could use almost any one of these to help us. I don't want to use this max length because this can change, right? Outer HTML, I can use this name as well, right? Let's go with type. Okay? All right. So now, let's come and let's see what happens when we run up to here. Let's save this and run it. There we go. Did you guys see that? So we were able to write in 450. Oh, whoops, sorry. We were able to write 450 here. Cool. All right, guys. That's it for right now. Let's take a break. Let's go to lunch. And when we come back, we'll continue with this. Let's come back, guys, at 2:15. Okay guys, let's get started now. Thank you. Did it work?
Sorry, can you send permission?
It's working now? Okay, good. And you downloaded that component, the script debugger? You have it, right? Good. Okay, guys. So let's begin. So where were we? So we wrote this line, and it's working fine, right? We were able to make it work. Now let's try this go button. This is going to be a little bit tricky. Okay? Now, what do we need to do here? To execute this step, clicking on the go button, right? We have to determine what the properties are going to be, right? Properties and values for that go button, right? So what are we going to do? How are we going to do this? Object spy. We're going to spy on that object, right? We come here, and now, this is something I want you guys to pay really close attention to, okay? I want you guys to look up over here. You see where my mouse is right now? I want you to look in this screen as I put my mouse over the go button, okay? Pay attention to over here. I'm going to put my mouse, and right now, you see it says browser, then page, then web button. Now look at the go button and look at what I have highlighted here, what I am looking at. We see that the entire button is highlighted, right? And that's why it's saying web button. Now as I move, pay attention to my mouse now, pay attention to the go button, okay? As I move my mouse over the word go, notice what happens. Now the go is highlighted, not the button. And now let's look back at the object spy, right, at that same window, and we see the hierarchy. It now says browser. Inside that browser there's a page. Inside that page there's a web button. And inside that web button we have a web element, right? So, what does this mean?
That means the writing go inside that button.
So what we're doing, what has actually happened, the way that the developers have developed this object, this thing, button, element, link, whatever you want to call it, this go button here, okay? What they have done is they have created a web button, and within the web button they have developed what's called a web element. We can use either one to click on. We can click on the web button, or we can click on the web element. Okay? Now, the way that I want you guys to think about this, and about any object, think of a target, right? You know, like throwing darts or using bow and arrow and you have a target, right? You want to hit the bullseye, okay? In other words, you want to always perform the action, in this case, click. You want to always perform the action on the lowest child object. Okay? Let me repeat that. You want to always perform the action, whether it's click, set, whatever you have, whatever object, whatever action you're performing, you want to perform it on the lowest child object. Why do I say that? The reason is we want to make sure that we are able to identify the object and click on exactly what it is that we want to click on.
Being more specific.
We want to be more specific. As specific as we possibly can be. Okay? So I will not be wrong if I come here and I select the web button and I click on the web button. That's not wrong. What I'm saying is that we can be more specific than clicking on the web button. We can in fact click on this Go web element. Okay?
Could it be wrong sometime? No.
Generally, it will not be wrong. All you're trying to do, unless there is some other reason.
At some point doesn't have any meaning in it.
There's different reasons why that would be. You're right. Okay, but in general, right, it's not going to be wrong. If you have like in this type of a situation where you have a web element within a web button, right? You can work with either one and it'll perform the right action. Okay, it'll do the right thing generally. Okay. The only thing that I want to emphasize is that we need to be more specific, or as specific as we possibly can be. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? So I am going to, instead of clicking on the web button, I will click on the web element. I will identify the web element. Yes? So I'm going to click on this. And now I see here, browser, then page, then button, then web element. Lost connection. You're good now. Okay. Okay. All right. That's fine. So let's see here. So we have this web element here. Okay. Now I want to look at the properties and everything, but I can't see it clearly from here, from this object spy. What can I do? I cannot see the properties clear and values clearly from here. So what can I do?
Copy.
What I can do is I can click on this button right here, copy the identification properties to clipboard. So I'm going to copy it, and I will come. I already have some here, so I'm going to select everything deleted, and I will paste it. Okay. And now we see class name is web element. We have the properties here for that web element. Is that clear? Okay, I will repeat. What I'm saying is that, let me do this again. So, what I was saying, I want you guys to pay attention to this window right here, the object hierarchy in the object spy. Pay attention to this as I move my mouse over this object, okay? I'm going to move my mouse and I have, web button. Right now, you see that, right? Browser, inside that browser we have a page. Inside that page we have a web button, right? And look at the Go button now, and look and see what I have highlighted. I have the entire Go button highlighted, right? Now, watch what I do. When I come and I move my mouse over the word Go, right? Now only that word is highlighted, Go, right? Now look back at the object hierarchy and the object spy, and we see browser. Inside the browser we have page. Inside the page we have a web button, and inside the web button we have what's called a web element, right? Now the point I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make is that think of a target, okay? Like, you know, when you play bow and arrows or you throw darts, right? You have a target. You always want to hit the bullseye. That's the goal, okay? Think of that when we're trying to identify an object here. We want to select, or we want to identify the lowest child object. Page is a child object of browser, yes? Is it the lowest child object?
No.
No. We have something below that. We have web button, right? Web button is a child object of the page. But is it the lowest child object? No, it's not. The lowest child object is web element. Okay? Hello? Oh, that's me. Okay. All right. So we have the lowest child object, web element. That's what we want to perform an action on. That's the object in most cases that we want to identify. Okay? We want to, in most cases, identify the lowest child object. And so that's why we're going to look at the web element. So I have the web element properties here, right? Okay? And let's try to determine which properties we can use. Before we do that, let's write out the line here, right? So how are we going to start this line off? Browser, open parentheses, open quotations, MIC class, M-I-C-C-L-A-S-S, right? Colon equals to browser. Close the quotation because we're done with it now, right? We're done with that property value pair, and we're done adding any properties. So we're gonna close it. Close parentheses. Then dot. Page. Because within the browser we have a page, right? Open it. Open parentheses. Open quotations. M-I-C-C-L-A-S-S. Colon equals to page. Close quotation. Close parentheses because we're done with adding properties for the page, right? Property value pairs for the page. And then web button. Oh wait, what did I say? Web element is the lowest one, right? So this is interesting. I'm going to explain that. Hold on. What we're going to do. So we see in the object SPY. Let me open up object SPY again. We see here, I'm going to select the web element, right? We see that we have a browser. Within the browser, we have a page. Within the page, we have a web button. Within the web button, we have a web element, yes? We have this object hierarchy here. What we can do, right? We can say that we have in our script, right? We can say we have a browser. Within that browser, we have a page. Within that page, we have a web button. And within that web button, we have a web element, right? So we can do something like this. Web button. And then whatever those properties and values are going to be, we'll figure that out in a second, right? Dot web element. Sorry?
There's nothing, no property.
No, we'll decide, we'll figure out what the properties and values are in a second. I'm just writing out the line though, okay? Open parentheses, and then the properties and values for the web element, dot, click. We can do it this way. It's no problem. But what we can also do is take out this web button and just have browser dot page dot web element dot click. We can also do, this will also work, okay? Because this web element, let's look back at the object SPY again. Is also, it's within the web button, but it's also within the page, okay? Now, this is something that you will understand when you practice more and you have a little bit more experience with it, okay? For most objects, right, you can ignore except for the browser and page, you can ignore these other objects after the page, right, and go directly to the lowest child object. For most objects, okay? One thing that you will realize as you guys are practicing is that trial and error can sometimes help you identify these objects, okay? Like I said, sometimes, right, you can go directly to the lowest child object, okay? So what I mean is we can do browser, page, and then web element. We can skip the web button, right? Sometimes we cannot do that, okay? The way that the page or the application has been developed, we're not able to do that. It just depends on the application, okay? How can you tell that you can't do it? Well, you try it and you see that it fails, okay? You'll get an error message saying that UFT cannot identify the web element, right? In that situation, one of the ways that you can resolve the issue is by adding in some of these other parent objects for that object, okay? Does that make sense, guys? let me repeat that. Okay, repeat this. So, Roxana, how do you know which hierarchies you can skip and which are mandatory when writing code? Yeah, so like I said, trial and error. Okay, that's gonna, and this is gonna come with practice also. Okay, it's gonna come with practice and more experience. Aliana, can we do sometimes browser, page, and web button? Yeah, you can do that. You can do browser, page, and web button, and it'll do it. But like I said, by selecting the web button, we are 95% of the time, or 99% of the times, we'll be able to, click on it and it'll go to the right. It'll go to the next page. But that there's that 5% chance, that 1% chance that it won't be able to move on to the next page. It won't click the right thing, and it won't go on to the next page. Okay. To reduce the chance of it not identifying properly or not going on to the next page, we select the lowest child object. Okay? Now, what I'm saying about this is that the way that I wrote this line, right? This line right here, line number 8. So you have browser.page.webelement.click, right? And we look at the hierarchy here. Even though the hierarchy contains this web button above the web element, okay? We can ignore that web button and move directly to the web element. Okay? Sometimes. That's not always the case. Okay? And sometimes you'll see there's a couple of web tables in the middle, and then you'll see the actual link or the web element or whatever it is that you want to click on. Okay? Some of those web tables you can ignore, some of those you have to include in the line. This is just something that you will be able to determine with trial and error. You're going to try it out by going directly to the lowest child object, right? You'll get an error, so you'll add one parent above it. Okay? If that still doesn't work, then add another parent. Okay? Given that your syntax and your, all that is correct, right? Does that make sense? So it's just trial and error in this case. Okay. All right. So where are we? We are here. Okay, so we need to figure out how we can identify this web element. What are the properties that we can use? Well, class name, we're not going to use class name. The only time we're going to use class name is when we're working with browser and page. Okay? And when we work with browser and page, we're not going to use class name. We're going to use MIC class instead of this. Right?
Yeah.
Right. But we don't need MIC class for any other object other than the browser and the page. So what other properties can we use to uniquely identify? Yeah, quick question. So all the scripts are not being stored in the object repository. Anil, so none of the scripts that we created were stored in the object repository. The only thing that was being stored in the object repository were the objects, or the references to those objects, right? And their properties and values and all that all that information about the objects was being stored in the object repository, right? At this point, we're not using the object repository. We are bypassing the object repository. Okay? Okay. How can I know when I can ignore the web button or other? Trial and error. Again, you're going to try it out, right? You're going to get an error, so then you're going to try something else. You're going to add that web button in. First you're going to try it without the web button, then you're going to try it with the web button, if you get an error. Okay? Okay, Alirana, HTML tag and inner HTML. Okay, so HTML tag and inner HTML, sure. We can use these. So let's take this, HTML tag span. Control C. Well, let's see, even before we do this, what do we need to do? We need to make sure that we can uniquely identify the object, right? Yeah. We need to make sure that we can uniquely identify the object. Okay. So will HTML tag equals to span? Will this property and value be unique to that Go button or Go web element? Let's check it out. Let's see. So let's object spy. Now we already have the properties for that third web element, right? Let's come and look at this. Now does it make sense to look at over here? Look at the web button. Does it make sense to look at the web button for the second one? No, we have to, if we're going to compare the same object, we have to make sure that we're comparing the same types of object, right? So we're going to compare the web element. And let's see, HTML tag, it says span. So it's not the same. HTML tag says span again for the first one. And the last one? Again, it says span. So HTML tag by itself will not work. Okay. Inner text or inner HTML, same thing. Which one shall I use? Inner HTML or inner text? It doesn't matter. You know why? Because the value is the same thing. Because the value is the same, go, right? It doesn't matter if I use the inner HTML property or the inner text property. Let's say your name. What's your name, sir?
Burhan.
Burhan. Let's say your name was Burhan, first name. Last name, Burhan. Burhan. Yeah? If I call you Burhan, do you know if I'm calling you by your first name or your last name? No. Doesn't matter. I'm just calling you Burhan. That's your name. Same way, the value is the same, right? Outer text also is another example. It's the same thing. It has the same value. So, inner text, outer text, inner HTML, these three properties all have the same value, so it doesn't matter which one you use. Does it make sense to use all of them? No, one of them will be enough because they all have the same value. So let's go with inner text. Let's copy this because we know that the button has inner text in there. This go inner text, right? But what else can we use here that can uniquely identify? Because let's look at this again. This says go, this one says go, this one says go, and this one says go.
I think here you can use the value.
We never use X and Y location. Okay? The reason we don't use X and Y location on the page is because they can change. Okay? The page appears differently on my screen than it does on, on your screen. Right? If you on your computer go and object spy on this web button, on the web element, I mean, right? You will see absolute X and Y, 718 and 633. Okay? Many of you will have different values for X and Y. Same thing for this, where did it go? X and Y down here, 718 and 522. Many of you will have different values for X and Y because of the size of your screen. Okay, so some of you guys know about ordinal identifiers, indexes, right? So we can use this thing called index to identify the web element. Okay.
Is the one the property there?
That's, okay, so that's, I'm getting to that, okay? So, what we have realized is that all of these four buttons, they're exactly the same, okay? Let's take a look at this. HTML tag span, we already looked at the four, they're all the same. Inner text of go, inner HTML of go, outer text of go, they all say go, right? They all say go. So those properties are all going to have the same values. They're all visible, right? We have height of 16 and width of 19 in this case. Is one of these bigger or smaller than the other? Are they different sizes? No, they're not. They're the same. So what else are we left with? We cannot use X and Y. Title doesn't have a property value. HTML ID doesn't have a property value. Class doesn't have a property value, right? So that's it. We can't use anything else. Well, let's see what's going to happen. if we just use inner text of Go, right? Let's see what happens when we run this. Let's save it. Okay, and I'm actually going to step 0. Okay, close any open browsers, right? System util dot close process by name, right? iExplore.exe. Let's run this. So what do you guys think will happen?
It's going to click all the goals.
It's going to click all the goes. Okay. That's okay. So it's taking some time here. We're on this line, line 11, and we got an error. And what does it say? Let's copy and paste this so we can all read it. Okay. I really hate this. All right, can you all read this? Okay. All right. Cannot find the web element objects parent browser class browser verified that the well that doesn't. Okay. So what is this error message saying? Huh?
With the browser.
There was some issue with the browser. Couldn't find the browser. Okay. Let's try this one more time. That was actually not the error message I was trying to produce. Okay. So we'll see.
How did it pass the 8 line? It's not able to find browser in line.
Yeah. So it goes line by line. If it can find it in one line, doesn't mean it's not necessary that it can find it in the next line. Okay. You would think that it would be able to, that it should be able to, if it found it in the previous one.
If it's not finding in 11, then it's not finding in 8.
Yeah, that logically makes sense, what you're saying. But that's not always the case.
Error.
We got an error message, right?
The browser.
Again, it's the browser. Okay. That's fine. So the error message I'm trying to produce is that it cannot identify the web element. That's the error message I'm trying to produce. Okay, it's not happening. There's an issue. Browser. Spelled it right. Sorry?
What's the issue though?
Well, I mean, I know what the issue is, but I was hoping I didn't have to deal with this issue already, but it's okay. So anyways, some people, so how are we going to differentiate between these three? No, not check. Index. What is that? Some people know, some people don't, which is fine. So, I'm going to give you a brief overview of what indexes are, right? What ordinal identifiers are, and then later on, I'm going to talk probably next week more in depth about how we can work with these things called ordinal identifiers. I have a whole, I have notes on ordinal identifiers, different types of ordinal identifiers, and how we work with them. Okay. So, which Go button or Go web element are we clicking on? The third one. We can easily see that. We can easily determine. We know we can't say the Go button because we don't know what we're talking about, right? We know we can't say the blue Go button because that's still not unique enough, right? So right away, without even thinking, we say we're going to click on the third Go button, right? Index, right, is what's called an ordinal identifier. Ordinal identifier, okay? Index is what's called an ordinal identifier. right? Okay, there are three, which I will go into a lot of detail next week, right? One is called creation time. This is simply talking about when the object was created relative to another of the same class. It's used with browsers and pages only. Okay? 2, we have something called location. Where on the page does the object exist? This is not the same thing as the X and Y coordinates or the absolute X and absolute Y coordinates. Okay?
We have that on the properties, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And index. Okay? This is similar to location, but it works a little differently. Okay? These notes are not complete. I have, again, I have a complete set of notes on all three of these, okay, which I'll explain in a lot more detail next week. Okay? But another thing about, there's 3 types, right? All ordinal identifiers are 0-based. What does this mean? This means that the counter starts from 0, not from 1. So the first object will have a value of 0. The second object will have a value of 1. The third object will have a value of 2, and so on. Okay? So if we say that an object has an index value of 4, this means we are referring to the 5th object on the page. Okay? Does this make sense, guys? Another example. If we say that an object has an index value of 1, this means we are referring to what object? Which number? To the second object on the page. Okay? Make sense? And I have more comprehensive notes which I'll give you guys next week. Okay? But for right now, this is a basic explanation of what ordinal identifiers are. What we're going to be working with right now is what's called index. Okay? Now, what would the index value be for this? As one thing, by the way, ordinal identifiers, those properties, location, creation time, and index, are not part of this list in the object SPI. We don't see index here anywhere. Okay? It is not part of the list of properties. Yes, but what did I say about creation time, about location? Where on the page does the object exist? This is not the same thing. Not the same thing as the x and y coordinates or the absolute x and y coordinates. Okay, it's not that. It's not those properties, x and y and absolute x and y. Okay. Okay. So let's come here. Now let's look at this again. What would be the index value of this go button? This go button. What is the index value? 2. Why? Because index value is 0 based, right? Index value is 0 based, meaning that it starts from 0, right? So, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. Is that clear, guys? Any questions on this? Okay. All right. So, we want to find a web element that has an inner text of Go, meaning we're focused on these 4. Because on this page, there's only these 4. No other web elements that have an inner text of Go on this page. Okay? Can you repeat it again? Okay, I will. There's no other web elements that have an inner text of Go on this page. There are other web elements, right? We have the selective vehicle and they're all the same thing. But, and they're also web elements, and the inner text here is selective vehicle probably. I would have to verify that using object spy. But there's only one set of objects. These 4 objects right here that are web elements and that have an inner text of Go, right? Now we're focused on these 4 objects, nothing else. We're ignoring everything else on the page. Now we want to further specify. How do we uniquely identify that one Go button, the Go web element? Using index. Is that right? It must be 2, right? Why? Again, because index, all ordinal identifiers, index is one of them, right? They are 0 based, okay? Meaning that the counting of these indexes starts from 0. So, this is the first object, right? 0. The index value is 0. Over here, this is the second object, right? The index value is 1. Okay? Over here, this is the third Go button, Go web element, right? Index value will be 2. And this will be, one second, this will be 3. Make sense? What's your question?
Sometimes there could be probably not Go, probably for login or some other stuff that we have the same thing, but probably we have 3 of them. One this side of the page, same line on the other side, and one in the middle, at the bottom.
Yes.
So how are you gonna, if you think that's the first one,
It's not what I think.
second and third?
It's not what I think. There is a way that you can determine which one is the first one, which one is, and so on. And I'll talk about more about that. That's a very good question. I'll talk more about that when I actually talk about ordinal identifiers. Okay? All right. 0, 1, 2, and 3. Right? Index values. Any questions on this stuff? Okay. So, we're going to use index value of 2. Now remember what I said, rule of thumb, it's always a good practice to include 2 to 3 properties to identify an object, right? So we're okay here, inner text of Go and index of 2. Yeah? Let's see if this will work. I don't believe it will because we're having some issues with the browser. Okay. So we keep having an issue with the browser. It's not identifying the browser. Okay? In this situation, many of you guys might come across this issue. Okay? Again, this is the error message that we're seeing. Cannot find the web element objects parent, the browser of class browser. Meaning, UFT is not able to identify the browser. Okay? It's not something that you have done. This is not being caused by anything that you have done wrong. Okay? The reason is that it's just not able to identify this browser because of some various environmental issues between UFT and Windows 10. Okay? So, one solution to this, okay, is to do this, okay? Remember I just talked about creation time? We're talking about when the object was created relative to another of the same class. And it's used only with browsers and pages, right? What we're going to do is for this browser and the page objects, okay? What we're going to do is we're going to do something like this. We're going to use MIC class as one of the properties to identify a browser. We're also going to use creation time, equals to, and the value for it will be what? What do you guys think?
0.
0. It's the first browser. We're only working with one browser, so it's always going to be the first browser, right? So the value will always be 0. Okay? And we're also going to have this, and this right here, dot star, right? This is what's called a regular expression. When I talk about regular expressions, we'll get to that. But for right now, when you're practicing, right, I want you guys to include this entire thing here within browsers. And also, the same thing. Sorry?
Do we need the title? Do we need the title?
Yeah. Just because of the environment issues that we're having here.
When we're using creation time, we need the title.
No. We can get by with just one. Okay? Guys, let me make this very clear. Okay? For our purposes right now, as we're practicing, right, we need to have all three of these things. We need MIC class equals to browser, creation time equals to 0, and title equals to dot star. Okay? On the job, assuming you don't have any of these environment issues, we're having some environment issues with this. Okay? Assuming you don't have any environment issues, the only thing that you should have is MIC class. That's the only thing you should be using in most cases. Sometimes if you have multiple browsers open and you need to specify which one, you can also use creation time. Okay? But generally, MIC class by itself will work. On the job, generally, MIC class by itself will work. But for our purposes, okay, in this classroom setting, right, considering that we're having some environment issue with the operating system and UFT. Okay, this is not something that you have done wrong. It's just some issue that's there between UFT and Microsoft Windows. We're going to have all three of these properties. MIC class, creation time, and title. Okay? All we're doing, again, is being as specific as possible to identify the browser.
Well, how title will help here?
It's just the title of the browser. Okay?
And the regular expression?
This simply means any title. And we'll talk about that later. Okay? All right. Okay, and now, so again, I want to use the same thing, MIC class, creation time, and title, for the page as well. Okay? Page. All right? So I have browser, MIC class equals to browser. Creation time equals to 0. Title is this thing, dot star. Title is equal to dot star. Okay? Dot page, and then MIC class equals to page. Creation time equals to 0, and title equals to dot star. Only for browser and for page, nothing else. And let's just copy this entire thing right here. I will delete that and paste it. Okay? Creation time, this creation time here, this is an ordinal identifier. Okay? Just like index is an ordinal identifier, I think your sound is on. I don't know, it's someone over here. Every now and then I hear myself talk. No? Okay, I don't know.
It comes out of the computer when I say it, it doesn't.
Oh, it's coming out of the computer?
Either the computer or the phone might be something from there, because that's how it comes like through this. She has her.
Okay. Let's see if that works. Hopefully that'll fix it. Okay.
Wait, it just. Would you mind moving your mouse again? You have access to her computer. Again.
No, she's watching me.
Move it again.
No, she's watching
yeah,
me.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So creation time. Okay? It's just like index, right? So index identifies on the page which object is first, second, third, fourth, etc. Right? Creation time is used only for browsers and pages, right? Not for anything else. It's used only for browsers and pages. And again, it serves the same purpose. Which browser was created first? We can have multiple browsers, right? Right now we have one browser. If I open up another browser, I now have two browsers. Do you guys see that? I have two separate browsers. Right? I can also have multiple pages. Right? I have one page is google.com, one page is autocalculators. Right? What would be the creation time of this page, of this Google page? One, which is the second page. The value will be 1. Value of creation time will be 1. Value of creation time for this page, autocalculators page, will be 0.
What if you close the one you created and open up a new one, and then how are you going to cut it? And will you still going to have the same issue with the browser? Like if you close this one, while you're having the issue, and open up a new page or new window, and then go to the advanced.com again and run the script.
So in my script, I have the first step here, closing all the browsers, right? So it's closing it and not opening. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is used for dynamic situations when we're working with different, or when we're working with multiple browsers or multiple pages. We would use creation time. Okay. We use ordinal identifiers in general, right? Ordinal identifiers in general. We use it when we have multiple objects of the same type. So we have multiple Go web elements, right? We have multiple browsers, multiple pages, and so on. Okay? I will explain the dot star when we talk about regular expressions. I'm not going to get into it right now, but I'm saying for your purposes of your practice, use this. Okay? For purposes of your practice, right? When you should not be getting an issue where you cannot identify the browser. If you get an issue where you cannot identify the web element or the link or whatever, you have to figure that out. Okay? But when you have an issue to identify the browser, this is the solution. Okay? So now let's try this. Let's run this and see what happens.
Can I ask a question?
Okay. So everything seems to be working fine. And what did I do? Enter a price.
What is Oh, we have to set the...
What just happened here? What just happened here? Did you see that? Let's try this again. Enter a price.
It did put the price in there, forfeit there.
It did put the price, yeah.
And the
What?
The ship has too.
What is going on here?
And nobody declared any pop-up.
Diego Vera, click the wrong button.
Clicking the wrong one.
Maybe there's another go button and we need to click index, we need to use index value of 3. That's possible. How can I figure out what go button is being clicked? Because Diego Vera is right. This, tell me one thing though. Did UFT throw this error or did the application throw this error?
The application.
Huh? The application?
No. I think that might be it.
So UFT?
Yeah. The application might not gonna do that. This is back to what page?
Guys. Well, that didn't help. Right here. Message from web page is what it says. Right? It's the application that's throwing the error. It's the application that's throwing the error. Right. Right, the error message appears from the website if you leave the value as 0. Exactly. So for example, over here, I have and for this monthly lease payment. The second one, if I click on go, it says enter a price. If I over here, if I enter this, it says enter a price. If I click over here, it says enter a price. What about over here? It says enter monthly payment. What did the error message say? So this one error, this one web element gives a different error message. Do you see that? All of these other ones say enter a price. Enter a price. This last one here, enter a price. This one says monthly payment. So what was the error message that was coming up when we run the test? Let's look at it again. And it says enter a price, right? We chose the wrong index number. How can we see which object is clicking? Because I don't know, it doesn't say which one is actually clicking, right? This error message doesn't say that. So how can we see which one is clicking? Instead of .click, we can do something called highlight. Yeah? What is this going to do?
Like the row.
This dot highlight, right? You guys remember from the object repository? If we were to add, right? By the way, index value is 2. Says it here in the object repository. Okay? But if we were to highlight an application, you guys remember this? We're highlighting it. Did you guys see that? That's what this thing does right here. This dot highlight, that's exactly what it does. Okay, so let me get rid of that object repository. Now let's see what happens here again. Huh, what is that? It's highlighting. Did you see that? Did you see that? Huh. What is going on? See, if there was maybe another one, right? Another go button somewhere else on the page, right? It would still highlight one of these, right?
Is it like we could put the go after and put the index number first?
No, this order of the properties, right? I have inner text first and then index, does not matter. Okay? This order does not matter. Let's look at, oh man, let's object spy on this again. Okay? At this point, we need to try to figure out how we can identify this one, this third web element, right?
Do you think the button will make any difference instead of with elements?
Sorry?
The button with button will make any difference?
No, because with the web button we'll have the same issue. Look.
The same identity.
Go, go, go. Type is submit, they're all go. It's a button. HTML tag is button. It's all the same. You see that? So let's go with the web element, copy it. Okay. What other property can let's maybe see if we can add another property and see if that might help us. Okay. What about this HTML tag of span? It's really the only other one that we haven't eliminated or used. It is common, right? But it's something that we can use, right? It won't, by itself, it will not uniquely identify. But remember, we also have inner text of go and index. Now, what I am going to do, I'm going to run this No, the reason it was, I understand the logic. You're saying UFT did identify the browser since it set the value in the web edit originally, right? Could the first error message relate to the web button or web element hierarchy? What you're saying, logically, it does make sense that if when it needed to enter the 450, it was able to identify the browser and the page and the web edit and enter the 450. So in the next line, when I'm trying to click on the go button on the same browser and the same page, why is it not able to identify the browser? Logically, that makes sense. I understand exactly what you mean there, right? But that's not the case. That's not how UFT works, okay? UFT goes line by line and does what you tell it to do. So on line number 8, right? On line number 8, we're telling UFT find a browser. Within that browser, find a page. Within that page, find a web edit that has these properties, and then enter 450. And it does that. And then it goes to the next line, and it says, we're telling UFT on line number 11, find a browser with these properties, find a page with these properties, and on that page, find a web element with these properties. That's what it's saying. That's what we're telling UFT. So each line is independent of each other. Okay, just because UFT was able to find a web edit on the browser, on the page, which is within the browser on the previous line, doesn't mean that it has to be able to find the browser in the next line. Okay, it does make sense that it would be able to do that, but that's not how UFT works. Okay? All right. So we added HTML tag of span. Now let's see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it. I'm going to do this step into. Okay, I'm debugging my script. What I'm doing right now is debugging my script. Okay, which we're going to do a lot more, and we're going to continue to do this throughout the class. Okay, so I'm going to do this step into, and all this is going to do is it's going to go step by step. So, step into. When I click on this step into, right, it's going to execute this line that's highlighted. And then it's going to go on to the next line, but it's going to wait for me to say go. I'm going to click on this. Now it's going to, you saw that it closed the browser, right? And it's still finishing execution of that line. Now, it's waiting for me to execute this line. Okay? I'm going to step into. And now the browser is being opened up. And now it's on line 8, but it's waiting for me to tell it to go. Okay, to execute that line. Okay, so let's click on step into. And we see here 450 was highlighted. Sorry, 450 was entered in the web edit. Now, I'm going to click on step into. It's highlighting that. Did you guys see that? What happened?
Now it works.
Now it worked.
Because of the span.
Let's save this and do a normal run and see what happens.
It's gonna work.
Come on. Great. Just. Yep. Okay. Let's. Okay. Right click.
I don't know why it cautious that many times.
It's the, I don't know.
She just downloaded a notepad on her computer, and while I was trying to, like, after writing something, and I tried to save it in a new folder, and she's having the same issue.
You have Windows 10? You have Windows 10?
Yeah.
I hate Windows 10. Oh. Okay. Let's open this. Scripted programming. And let's see. Index, and let's add over here. What am I saying? HTML tag is equal to span. Okay? And now, what's wrong with you? What is going on here? Yo, alright. Man, this machine is... Okay. Really no permission to... What the... Okay. Alright, so now it's called descriptive programming 1. Anyways, let's run this. Here we go.
Now, how does span make it different here, even though all other Go has the same tag?
You remember what I said? Rule of thumb. It's a good practice to always include 2 to 3 properties. to identify an object.
Even if
If-
there's some similarity.
Yes. If you are having issues identifying objects, okay, one of the first things you need to do is see what other properties you can add to identify that object. Is that clear? We spent maybe 15, 20 minutes or so trying to figure this out with this go button, right? One of the first things that you need to do is make sure that you have enough properties to identify that object uniquely. Remember what I said, I don't care if you use 2, 3, or 30 properties. It does not matter, as the goal is to uniquely identify an object. Okay? Is that clear, guys? All right. Okay. Let's see. I'm not going to give you guys another break. I'm just going to end the class at about 4 o'clock. Is that cool, guys? Yeah? All right. So now we can come here and just, instead of highlight, we'll just say click. Okay? And let's save it. All right. So let's move on now. Now we are, where are we? We're on the, well, we're on the second page now, right? Let's actually make sure that we're getting there with the click even, right? So let's run this. All right, cool. Oh, there was another question that I saw. It was a valid question here. Why was UFT passing when we were still getting an error? Why was UFT passing when we were still getting an error? For example, let's look at this again.
Well, there wasn't any error, though. There wasn't any error.
No, we got that error message saying enter a price or whatever.
But was it error exactly? It was just
Application was throwing an error. Application throws an error.
Might be there is no other action after go. That's why. That could be on the.
I'll explain why. We see that it's passing. Well, first of all, that's the only one thing that's passing, the system util.run, right? Everything else is just being done. But in any case, it's not failing, right? Forget about the fact that none of these are passing or whatever. We all know that it's because checkpoints are not there, right? But nothing is being, the result is done. It was done. It clicked on go. Well, that's the point, though. We told UFT to click on go, and that's exactly what it did. Now, the application has an issue with us clicking on this go button. That's not UFT's problem. That's the application problem. Does that make sense, guys? This error message is from the application, not from UFT, right? As far as UFT is concerned, it did what we told it to do, right? We told it to launch the browser, go to the admins.com. We told it to identify that web edit and enter 450 in it. It did that. We told it to click on the go button, and it did what we told it to do. The problem is we did not identify the object properly for UFT. We did not tell UFT how to identify that object. Okay?
So if you would have put another statement after that line, then it would have thrown us an error that it couldn't pass that line. Like,
yeah, exactly. Is this a bug? No, this is not a bug, because we made the mistake, right? We made the mistake. We did not properly identify the object, right? So if we make a mistake, doesn't mean that the developers made the mistake, right?
Did what it,
So this is not a bug. Okay, so now, this is ridiculous. Okay. Okay. All right, anyways, we'll save it later. Okay, zip code. Enter the zip code, right? That's the next step here. So let's come here, run. Let's open up the application. Now, what do I need to do? I need to enter the zip code here in the zip code field, right? So what do I need to do? I need to spy. I need to get the properties and values, right? And let's, oops. Oh. So this button here adds it to the object repository, which I did my mistake. So I will come and delete it. You see it got added to the object repository here.
So when you buy the object, like after putting the zip code in it, or what's the default zip code it has in there?
That's an interesting question. Okay. So let's take a look at this. So we have this web edit. We have default value of 11204. Shall we use this property value? No, because when I go to Virginia and I teach the class from Virginia, right, the default value for the zip code will be 22108 or something like that, whatever the zip code is in Vienna, Virginia, because it knows where I am, right? 11204, I'm assuming, is one of the zip codes in this area, right?
Yeah.
So let's not use this to identify that object. Okay? What do we see here? We have an HTML ID, AC zip code, right? We could use that.
Yeah, that's it.
We have class calc zip code. That could be used. We have HTML tag input. We have name AC zip code. Should we use both name AC zip code and HTML ID AC zip code?
We could use
Either one. The value is the same, right?
Yeah.
Value is the same, so we can only use one. We only need to use one. What about value?
No.
Nah. Type?
It could vary. Type, yeah.
That we could, but we don't really need it. You know? So let's start off. Let's take this HTML ID. Copy it. And, oh wait, I forgot something. What do I need to do here?
Browser.
I need that browser and page, right? What I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy it, right?
So it's better to have the keys and time and everything most of the time. You
Yeah.
don't want to get into trouble later.
Yeah, as for class purposes, for practicing purposes, always have this line here. Browser.page with the class creation time and title for both of them. Okay? No. Okay. Dot. Web. Edit.
Yeah.
Right? And then what are we going to do? Oh, man.
Nope.
Copy that and paste that. You see that? What else can we use?
Name.
Well, we could use the name as well,
Either one.
but do we need to use the name? No, because we already use HTML ID, which has the same value. That's the same thing as if a person, Burhan, first name and last name is the same. I call him Burhan, he's not going to care if I'm calling him by his first name or his last name. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So, we got the HTML ID. We can take, what else can we take here, guys? Let's take HTML tag,
Yeah.
right? Let's stay on the safe side. Let's use HTML tag this time.
Why are we not using class?
You want to use class?
Yeah.
Sure.
Class, style, JSON.
Sure. Just for you, we'll use class. Cool? All right. Shall we use any other properties and values? Can we use the same value again and again? Ali Reza, I'm not sure what you mean there. Do you mean the property values? Can we use the same property values again and again? Well, one thing we have to understand about these properties and their values, right? Let's look at the application. The properties and their values are what identifies these objects, right? When we say that the property value is something, for example, HTML ID, where are we? HTML ID has a value of AC zip code, right? That's like saying that the name of this object is AC zip code. Burhan, can you go to court and change your name to John?
Legally?
Legally, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you have to, I'm just saying you can do that, right?
Yeah.
Same way. Any one of us can go to a court and have our names legally changed. Same way, the developers can change these objects.
Yeah.
Okay? They can change the way they look. They can change where they are. They can change what they say, right? They can change what they do. The developers have that ability. They can do it. They will only do it if the requirements tell them to do it, right? So these properties and their values can change, okay? Because it's these values that make that web edit field what it is, right? So if you change these values, then you're changing that object, right? Developers can change the application. Make sense? So these property values can change. The properties themselves will not change, but the property values can change, okay? One thing that we want to consider as we're analyzing this list of properties and picking which properties to use to identify an object, one thing that we want to consider is, could this property value change frequently? For example, default value of 11204. If I use this property and this value right now, and I keep running it today while I'm here in Brooklyn, it'll be fine. It'll work. It'll run. No problem. But then next weekend, when I'm in, I don't know, I'll probably be in Virginia. I don't know where I'm going to be. Okay? But when I'm in Virginia, and I open up this test, right? Will it identify that web edit? No. Even if the other properties are the same, it won't. Because at that time, the default value will be different, right? So we want to look and we want to use those properties that have values that generally will not change, okay? Or everything can change, but we want to use those properties that have values that will stay the same for a longer period of time, right? Because remember, one of the things with automation is you want to do it once, and then you just want to keep running it and running it and running it over and over again, right? You don't want to have to keep coming in and editing your script and all that, right? So if you have to keep doing that, then you might as well do manual testing, if you have to keep editing your script, okay? So we want to look and use properties that have values that generally will not change. This HTML ID, AC zip code, as long as this calculator requires a zip code, this web edit will be there, and this should probably be the name, or the HTML ID, right? HTML tag input, that's not going to change. As long as it's a web edit field, that's not going to change. That's going to be the same thing. Max length of 5. That's not going to change, right? Well, it could actually. You know how normally you have a 5-digit zip code, but then sometimes post office sometimes uses the dash and then the other 4 digits, right? The developers can change that, right, and incorporate the dash and the other 4 characters, other 4 numbers, as part of the zip code. So that can change, right? Make sense?
If the requirements is...
If the requirements, right. Let's see here. There was one other single line, max length of 5, height. The type generally will stay the same, but it's something that, it depends on if you want to use it or not. There's better properties out there that we can use in this case. Right now, required is false, right? Is it a required field? Right now, it's not required. Okay? Maybe later on, they might make it into a required field, so this can change. Okay? So we want to look at properties and values that are not going to change, that are not going to change frequently. Okay? So, the web edit, we've identified, we've used HTML ID, HTML tag, and class, right? Notice I'm not using class name. I'm using class. Class name is what, guys? The essence of the object. What is that object? Is it a web edit, a web button, a web link, a web element?
But this is on the property only.
This class is a formatting thing with HTML. Okay? All right. Are we done with this line? Yes or no?
No,
What are we missing with this line, guys?
we have to set.
Dot set. Right?
And the number, zip code we want to set.
Okay, what shall we use as a excuse for this?
11204.
11204. All within quotations. Okay? Okay. Now, we're going to click on that zip code button. So let's get this browser and page line here. Okay? Now, what do we need to do? We need to click on the update zip code button, right? Let's come here, Object Spy.
Now,
We have the same thing here, web button and web element, right? What do I want to work with? The web element. I want to work with the lowest child object. All right. Let's take the properties and values, copy it into Notepad. All right. So class name is web element. That's fine. What shall we use? HTML tag is span. Inner HTML and inner text are the same thing. Outer text is also the same thing. So we can use any one of these. Update zip code, right? So let's take this inner text. We will not use object repository to do anything. Okay? Object repository, when you add it to the object repository, it'll tell you those properties, right? But the reason that we're not going to is because of this. This is a web element, right? Because of this. This is why we're not going to. Absolute X and Y and class, I click OK, and then in my object repository, I'm going to add that web element, yeah? Click OK. What did I get here? Absolute X and Y. But what did I say? We cannot use absolute X and Y because when you use this, on your computer it'll work, but on my computer it's not going to work, right? So when you use object repository, only those properties that we set, that we told you have to learn, will be included here. So we don't want to do that. We want to analyze the list of properties and figure out which properties and values are unique enough to identify the object. Make sense? Okay. So let's use inner text, right? Dot what? Web element, right? Inner text. And what else can we use?
Span.
Well, we want to use span, right? We had an issue last time.
Yeah, that
Let's
helps.
use span. And
Something else.
do we have anything else? Oh man, do you think we need to use index?
No, but just under one.
We have this web element here, this is another web element, and this is another web element, right?
Yeah.
So we need to use index or no?
Yeah, that's
Huh? Yeah? No.
there only one.
There's only one. No, but you see, we have update zip code, that's one. Select trade in, that's another one, and calculate, that's another. We have 3 web elements, right?
Yeah.
We have 3 web elements, yes? So why do we not need to use index?
Because they are not the same. That's different.
They're all web elements. What do you mean they're not the same?
Their properties are different.
Their properties are, how do you know?
Values are different.
What values?
Property values.
Yeah, what property values? What's going to be different here? Look at this. Let's look at this. Sorry. They're all going to have HTML tag of span, right?
But
This-
their inner HTML not going to be the same.
Inner
Outer-
text
outer
will be
text
different.
Will be the same. Yeah. they'll
Right?
be different. Yeah.
Inner text, inner HTML, they will be different.
Yeah.
Right.
So index is like more of the one. There's some other options.
So even though all 3 of these are web elements, right? They're all the same type of object. They all have different property values, right? In other words, we're all humans, but we all have different names, right? And that's how we can identify each other. Make sense? So, update zip code. We have this inner text and we have HTML tag of span, right? So it should be good enough to identify. Okay, now what? Are we done?
No.
Now what do we need to do?
Just like
Dot click. That's the action or the method that we perform on a web element. That's one of the methods that we can perform on a web element. Cool? Okay. All right. Now, what's next? Select the appropriate loan term. Let's make this a little bit more specific. Let's say 48 months. Okay. So what are we going to do first? We're going to spy on the object, get the properties and values, right? Let's copy and paste this browser stuff here. Okay. And then let's object spy. right? And I'm going to copy and paste.
Now, that, the with,
Oh man.
what text? No.
Okay. Huh?
See, here it's, default value is 60 months, but it has a drop down list, right? So, do you think that will make any difference? No.
Nope, nope, nope. Okay. So let's analyze this list of properties here, right? Right now the default value is 60 months. In the next release, can this change?
Yeah.
In the next version of the application, can the default value change? Yes. We have another property here called all items. Right? What are the items that are within this? 36 months, 48 months, 60 months, and 72 months, right? Can this change? Yeah, developers can add 24 months. They can add 84 months. They can add other items to the list. So that can change. So we don't want to use this property either, right? There is no HTML ID value here. HTML tag is select. We could use that. Before that, let's look at some other stuff that we can use.
Name.
Inner text. Again, we have all of this. Shall we use inner text? Nah, let's not use it. Items count. There's 4 items, 36 months, 48 months, 60, and 72 months, right? So can we use items count? No, same reason why we don't want to use all items. Because developers can add items, take away items, so that number can change at any time, right? What about name? Name is good. Name, AC loan term. Yeah? That seems like a pretty specific thing, right? A web list that has the name of AC loan term, right? So let's copy this. Let's close this. Now, what do we need to do here? Dot web list, right? What else? Let's go back.
Select type.
Select type. We could do this. Select type, combo box select. What type of selection are we doing?
If we have the same combo and the same page, like a different combo, it would be the same thing.
Yeah, but you have to understand, we're saying to find a web list that has the combination of these properties and values, not just any one of these. Okay? So we can use this name combined with the select type, and it'll be fine.
No, I was saying like the same way. This is like a combination box, but on the same page, if there was another a list like that, it has the same select type.
Yeah, right. But the name will probably be different.
Okay.
Right? So we're saying find a web list that has the name of AC loan term and has a select type of combo select, combo box
That will
select.
make the difference. The name will make the difference.
Yeah. Okay. So let's copy and paste. Right? Okay. Dot. What is the action that we perform on a web list? Select. Select. We select from a web list. We click on a button or a web element. We click on a link. We set text to a web edit object. Okay? Familiarize yourself with these common methods for these common objects. Okay? Okay, so select, and what are we going to say? 48 months. Now remember I told you VB script, right? VB script is not case sensitive. So if I do something like this, it'll be fine?
No.
Why?
Because that doesn't agree with you. That's on the web page what they have.
What were you saying?
That select action will be performed on the list. We need the exact.
Even though VB script is not case sensitive, right? Even though VB script is not case sensitive, when we're selecting an item from a web list, it has to be exactly the same. We have to make sure that we're using the exact same format. So this sets the number 48 space MONTHS all lowercase, right? That's how we're selecting that. So we have the 48, then we have a space MONTHS. Okay? All right. Are we done with this line? Cool. Now, let's save this. Enter the finance rate in the correct web edit box. What are we going to do? Let me write this out again. This browser, right? Browser and page. How's it going to be? Browser, open parentheses, open quotation, MIC class, colon equals to, browser, close quotation, because we're done with that property value pair, right? Comma, creation time, one word, colon equals to, 0, because we're only working with one browser. We're working with the first browser, right? And then title, colon equals to, dot star, which I'll explain later on. And then we're done identifying the browser, yes? Close the parentheses. Dot page. Same thing. Open parentheses, open quotations, then MIC class, colon equals to, page. Close the quotation because we're done with that property value pair, right? Comma, open quotation, creation time, colon equals to, 0. Close quotation, comma, open quotation, and then title, colon equals to, dot star. Close parentheses, because we're done identifying the page. Now, within that page, we have what? A web edit. Remember, we're trying to identify that finance rate web edit, right? Which is right here, right? And now we're going to have a couple of properties and values. And what's the action that we're going to be performing on this web edit? Dot set. And what's the rate? Let's say 3.56%. Okay. So now let's identify the web edit. So we're going to come objects file, get the properties. Right? We got it. Now I'm going to copy it into. I just copied it into my notepad, right? And we see, okay, class name is web edit. We got that right. Class input percentage. What properties can we use here, guys? We can use HTML ID, AC market finance rate. Okay, that's one thing that we can use. What else can we use, guys?
HTML type.
Sorry?
HTML type.
HTML, where is it?
That's up there. I mean, down there. Yeah.
The type, not HTML type. Type is type. We could use that. Okay. Let's take this HTML ID, AC finance rate. Right? Let's take the HTML tag. Yeah? Okay. And let's take one more thing. Shall we use name?
We already have.
We already have AC market finance rate, so it doesn't matter, right? What about this class, input percentage?
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah? We could use that, right? Okay. All right. Cool. And we're setting 3.56%. That's great. Enter the trade-in value, right? So again, I'll do browser, MIC class colon equals to browser. Creation time, one word, colon equals to 0, because we're working with the first browser. Title, colon equals to dot star, which I'll explain later on. And now we're done identifying the browser, right?
What do you call this thing again?
Huh?
Dot star? What do you call that?
It's called regular expression. Okay. Make class, now we're working with the page, right? Make class colon equals to page. Creation time is 0 because we're working with the first page. And title colon equals to dot star. Now we're done identifying the page, so we can close the parentheses. Dot. What are we doing here? What is this? Web edit. Right? We'll have a couple of different properties there. And then what's the action that we're going to be performing on a web edit? Dot set. What's the value that we want to put in there? 5,000? Doesn't matter. This is, okay, I get this question a lot. Is we are same like this script on the job or different style use? Okay, so his question is, on the job, are we going to be doing this in this way? This is exactly what you're going to be doing on the job. Okay? Only difference is, on the job, it's going to take you about 5 minutes instead of the whole day. Okay?
Not really.
Yeah.
There's more work to do.
Seriously.
For one specific project, we'll be taking 5 minutes, and we get another project to work on.
Okay? So, realistically, this script that we're creating right now, right, should take, once you are familiar, very comfortable with UFT, this script, what we're doing right now, should take no more than about 10 to 15 minutes, okay, for you to create. Right now, when you do the homework, I expect it'll take you a couple of hours, okay, to create a script like this, okay, which is perfectly fine, and it's perfectly, you know, understandable, and it's expected too, because you're learning. But on the job, it's not going to take this long. Okay? Make sense?
But we're going to be doing a lot of other things as well.
There's other things that we're going to be doing that we're going to be incorporating, but this is what we're doing. On the job also, this is what we're doing.
First day? First week, first month?
On the job?
Yeah,
Yeah? By the time you finish here, right, you will know more about automation testing with UFT than most of your colleagues would know on the job. Okay? Now, most of you guys will not believe me when I say this, but if you ask anyone on the job that's worked with UFT, right, they have experienced the same thing. Okay? They've experienced the same thing. You will know by the end of the class more than what most of these other people know that have been working for 5, 6 years, 10 years.
So how they came to get the job?
They started from the very bottom, worked their way up, which is fine. Okay? Most of the people don't know how to create frameworks. Creating frameworks, which is what we're doing, which is what we're building up to, right? Creating frameworks is something that only like a handful of people would know, right? In an organization, maybe two, 3 people on an automation team would know how to truly create an automation framework. You're going to be one of those 2 to 3 people. Okay? All right. Let's finish this up. Web edit. The trade value. So we have the line set. Now we just need the properties and values. Right here, right? Copy it into our notepad. Okay, now, what can we do? What properties can we use?
HTML ID, tag, class,
HTML ID.
HTML tag.
Okay, let's take HTML ID. What else? HTML tag?
Yeah.
Sure. What else can we use? Huh? We can use class. This time let's take type. Type is text. Okay? Cool? All right. Next line. enter the amount owed on the trade-in, right? So we're going to have this browser and creation, browser and page, right? Part of the line. So let's copy and paste that. What type of object is it, guys? Can you tell just by looking at the application what type of object this is? It's a web edit, right? Dot web edit. So we're going to have a couple of properties here. Dot, what's the action? Set. And what are we doing? Let's say 2500, right? All right. So web edit. Now what do we need to do? We need to get the properties, right?
Yeah, same properties as the other one, just to change the difference, change the values.
Right. So let's come here, take the properties, oops, put it in our notepad, and let's look again. What properties can we use here?
ID, tag, type,
Let's take HTML ID, yeah? All right. What else? HTML tag, right? And? Class? Sure, you can do class. Okay. All right. That's fine. Enter the cash down payment, right? Same thing. You want to know something, guys? Take a look at this. You see how all three of these objects, these three web edits, they all look the same. All we need to do, we can copy this entire line, right? We can copy this entire line. The only thing that we would need to change is
the value.
the value. You see how HTML tag is input here?
Yeah.
It's also input here, right?
Yeah.
It's also input here?
Yeah.
You see how we use type as text over here, but class over here input dollar? Class input percentage, because it was a percentage, right? Over here, class is input dollar. Only thing we need to change is this
Value and
HTML ID. Does that make sense, guys? Does it make sense why I can simply copy and paste this entire line for the amount owed on your trade and use the same thing here for down payment? Yes? So we understand browser and page, that's going to be the same thing. We understand it's a web edit, right? We're identifying that web edit using HTML ID property, using the HTML tag property, and using the class property. Yes? HTML ID property value for this web edit will be different. Will the HTML tag property be different?
No.
Probably not. Will the class property be different?
No.
Probably not. Are we going to be entering a different amount here? Yes. 1,000. So let's figure out what this HTML ID property value is. We're working on down payment, right? Yep. HTML ID property. AC cash down payment. You know what I can do? Instead of putting it in my notepad, just because I just have one property to take, all I'm going to do is highlight this, Control C, and Control V. Paste it. Right? Okay, and now, finally we have our last step here, clicking on the calculate button.
Copy that book and then put it.
Can we put index value here too? Mohammedullah, do you mean for the calculate button or do you mean for this cash down payment? Or are you talking about since we have the same object here, these three, can we use index value here? We can, but we don't need to use index.
They're unique on their own, right?
We can use index, but we don't need to use index.
Yeah, they're kind of unique on their own.
They're unique on their own. Okay. All right, so last one here. Let's copy and paste this browser and page, right? Let's copy and paste this. Okay. Dot. What is the object? Web element. How do I know that it's a web element? Because I'm teaching you guys and I know what I'm talking about. Not just because I have done it so many times that I know that it's web element here. Another reason I can tell that it's a web element is because on this page, or on the website anyways, all of these web buttons have been developed in the same way. In other words, there's a web button, and within the web button there's a web element. Right? In other words, we have a web button, right? And within the web button there's a web element. Right? That's how all of them have been designed, all across this entire application. You saw that with the Go button on the first page, right? You saw that with the Update Zip Code button on the second page. You see that here with the Calculate button, right? They all have the same hierarchy: browser, page, web button, web element. That's how I can tell that all of the web elements, right? All the buttons that I can click on, right, have the same hierarchy. So I'm going to click on Calculate here, get the web elements properties. Okay. Now, what can I use here? HTML tag. I can also use inner HTML, inner text, right? Let's take HTML tag of span. Let's take this inner text of calculate. Shall I use another one? Do I need another one? Do I have another one? No. Those two should suffice. I don't need anything else. And then I'm done, right?
No, that's it.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Close.
Close what?
Browser.
Oh, close the browser. Sure, we can do that. Close process by name. iExplore.exe. This is one way to do it. Another way to do it, browser, make class colon equals to browser, creation time colon equals to 0, title colon equals to dot star, dot,
And
close, or close all tabs, close or close all tabs. Let's do close all tabs. This is another way to close the browser.
so for this one, we have to be specific too with the creation time and stuff for closing. Like,
We have to identify the browser and then we perform an action.
but what if we don't identify where?
Then you cannot perform this action.
It's not going to close.
You cannot perform the action if you cannot identify the browser. Yes, I will put it up on the forum. But we did close IE on the top. Do we need to do it again? That's a good point, Ali Raza. Do we need to close it on again? Not really.
Yeah.
It depends. It's up to you. How you want to organize your script.
But
Okay.
it's going to be like if we run another script afterward, but if you don't run anything, you just do one script.
It depends again on
Yeah.
your testing situation. Okay? Yeah, so here, we are identifying the browser
And
and then we're performing an action. Same way we are identifying the web element and then performing an action. Same thing. Okay? All right. Let's save this. And if everything goes well, we go home, yes?
Shouldn't the page be creation time equal to 1 for from zip code onwards?
No. We're within the same page. I understand what you're saying. Shouldn't the creation time, once we click on the Go button, we're on the second page of the application. But as far as the browser is concerned, there's only one page, that's all. Technically, we are on the second page of the application. technically over here, we're on the second page of the application because
But it's within the web page, that's why probably.
as far as the browser is concerned, right?
Yeah.
As far as the browser is concerned, there's only one page.
Video.
Now there's two pages.
Yeah.
Now there's two pages here. Now if I come here and I do google.com,
That's a different.
right? Now I have two pages. The creation time for this Google page will be 1. Make sense? Okay. And again, I have these notes on ordinal identifiers that I just made. I'll upload these and I'll give more comprehensive notes next week on ordinal identifiers. Okay. So let's run this and let's see if we can go home. All right. So everything seems to be working fine. Oh, we can't go home.
Wait, what happened? Creation time?
Now everything is going crazy now, right? We got an application giving us an error. We got UFT giving us an error, right? Oh man.
Valid finance rate.
All right. So, which one do we need to figure out first?
Finance rate. The US.
No. Which error do we need to figure out first?
I think you have seen the application.
Run error.
That's
Okay.
what, that's what I was.
So this UFT, what line are we on? We're on line number 38, right? It says object is disabled. What's disabled? The browser.
Browser. Yeah.
We cannot close the browser until we deal with this web edit, this error message.
So then we gotta fix that
You
first.
see, I can't. I'm trying to close it. I can't close it.
Uh-uh.
It's disabled. So UFT has thrown an error. Yes? Application has thrown an error. Why did the application throw an error? What happened here? It says, please enter a valid finance rate. Yes? Okay, so let's stop the test. AC market finance rate, dot set. 3.56%. What's wrong with this? I don't know. Let's see. Let's look at the application.
How does it look at that?
Let's click OK. Oh,
Oh, double percent. Oh, it already has one.
let's see if I can zoom in on this. Can you guys see?
It comes by default every day.
By default, there is a percentage sign there. But in my script, what did I do?
You put another one.
Where's my script here? We're right here. I put 3.56%. No one caught it. I don't think.
I didn't know that it's gonna be there by default.
What does this mean? What does this tell us, guys? We have to truly understand what our application is doing, right? We have to truly analyze our application before we can begin to create our automation scripts, okay? We have to pay attention to details, okay? The smallest things matter, and the smallest things will create the biggest problems. And you'll notice that when you guys are practicing and you guys forget a colon, and you guys are trying to find that colon that you missed, and you don't even know that you missed a colon. Okay? It will get really frustrating, but please do not give up on it. All right? Don't get frustrated. All right? Don't get frustrated too much on this. Okay? All right, so let's come here. Take out that percentage.
How can we know is it default?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How can we know is it default or not?
How can we know if it's there by default? Because we would look at the application.
No, you lower down start USD.
You would analyze the application. Before you start creating your script, you would analyze the application. You would look at the application. If the application is not there, if it's still in development mode, you would look at the design phase. Sorry, oh my God, I'm sorry. This is not going to work properly. Hold on. That's not good. Zoom, 100%. All right. Let's try that again. So you would look at the design documents to see what's there by default, right? That's how you would understand what's there. There we go. And that's it. Cool. Any questions, guys? Okay. For the real job as a QA engineer and tester, how can you explain or describe more professional business logic, concept, responsibilities? Tell us as your own step. What is the need for creation time? Okay. Zanatul Ferdos, what do you mean by the business logic? Concept, responsibility. What exactly are you talking about here? And what do you want me to describe? I'm not sure what you mean there. Can you clarify that question, please? What is the need for creation time? Again, creation time, right here. Creation time. It's an ordinal identifier. There are 3 types. One of them is creation time. Okay? This is determining when the object was created relative to another of the same class. Okay? So when was the first browser created? When was the second browser created? And so on. Right? It's only used with browsers and pages. Okay? Again, just like with any other ordinal identifier, all ordinal identifiers are zero-based. Creation time is zero-based. So if we're saying we want to work with the first browser that was created, then the creation time value will be 0, which is what we see in our script. Okay? And we do the same thing for browser and for page. This scenario that you have, what I've done. Okay, so remember what I said when I started, that there's 2 aspects to this, right? There's automation and then there's testing, right? Those are the 2 aspects. Right now, we're going to focus on the automation aspect of it, okay? We're going to work on the testing a little bit later on. What I can answer your question, Zanatul, I can answer your question in a much more concise manner once we incorporate the testing aspect of it. Okay? What I have done right now is incomplete. Okay? What I've done right now is incomplete. Okay? At this point, all I've done is created a script to perform certain actions. Okay? Clicking on some buttons, entering some text in some web edits, right? That's all we're doing. We aren't verifying anything. We aren't capturing anything, right? We aren't changing the data that we're entering, right? We're not truly testing at this point, okay? So at this point, we're not doing anything that you would be doing on the job. You would be doing what we're doing right now, but you would be doing much more than this as well to create a complete script. Okay? So, Zanatul, the question that you have, it's a very good question, okay? How can we explain what we're doing, in a more professional manner, right? And as we go on with the course, you'll get an answer to this question, okay? And I'll also answer this, and talk about it, in my own words later on as we move on with the course, okay? All right. Are there any other questions, guys?
In like regular job, will you be using run and record, drag and drop much of it, or just a little bit?
Will you be using record and run, drag and drop on the job? You can, okay? With descriptive programming, however, you have more control over your script. So you would not want to use record and run and drag and drop. You would rather want to use descriptive programming.
So it's just for learning, like,
You have to understand what the tool can do, which is what I showed you, okay? But you also need to understand, more importantly, I believe, descriptive programming. And that's what we're going to focus on for the majority of this course, okay? We spent maybe 3-4 classes on record and run and drag and drop, but from now on, we're doing descriptive programs, okay? All right, guys, any other questions? From any other campuses, anyone online? Homework, yes, there is homework. Let me actually go over it. Homework number 7, let's see, whoops. Okay. I will make, I already posted it for the weekend class, for the weekday class. I will post it again for the weekdays, but this is what it is. Okay. You guys see it? All right, so for you guys, this will be weekend, and this will be due by Friday. What's the date? Friday the 29th. Friday, July 29th. Make sure you're submitting to Homework on People in Tech, and make sure you copy and paste the username from the PNT forum and put it in the subject line of the email, okay? Now, first part of the script, create 2 shared object repositories for 2 different areas of the same application, and then merge the 2 shared object repositories. So, what I want you to do is, I want you to pick any website that you want to work with, okay? Work with, except for the People in Tech forum and admins.com, so you cannot work with admins.com. Okay. I want you to create 2 tests. In the first test, we're going to create an object repository with objects from the first area of the application. And the second test, we're going to create an object repository with the objects from the second area of the application, right? So, for example, with the admins, we have page 1, we have the web edit, the monthly payment web edit, and the Go button. And then page 2, we have all the other objects, right? That's the first object repository and the second object repository, right? And then we're going to create 2 shared object repositories from the 2 tests that you've created, right? We went over this, how to create the shared object repositories. We're going to merge the 2 object repositories together. I want you guys to take a screenshot of the merge statistics. So after the merge is done, we get that window that says 1 conflict or whatever that was, however many conflicts you have. Take a screenshot of that, okay? Then we're going to create a script using the drag and drop method and using the merged object repository, right? The script should include at least 3 checkpoints and 2 output values, right? So we talked about how we can use checkpoints and output values, right, with a shared object repository, with a merged shared object repository. Make sure that the checkpoints and output values are meaningful, right? So in other words, we need to make sure that we're verifying meaningful objects and capturing values that prove that the test was successful, right? Okay. And then on a Word document, I want you to explain a situation when you would use a shared object repository. We talked about this. The last thing here, I want you to explain a situation when you would need to merge two object repositories. Okay? Okay. Now, and then the second part of the homework assignment is to create a script using descriptive programming. I want you to pick a different website that that you worked with for the first one, and I want you to create a script using descriptive programming. Okay. The script must run without any errors or warnings, and the script must have at least 15 lines of code. Okay. Explain why this method is called descriptive programming. And I want you to explain why it is advantageous to use descriptive programming rather than the drag and drop or the record and run methods. Okay? Why is descriptive programming a more preferred method? Okay?
Sure.
All right. Let's see here. Weekend, homework 7. See by that date? Yep, that's fine. Save as. Okay. All right, and I will make this post right now. Any other questions, guys? All right. Post it. All right, cool, guys. So this has been posted. Homework 7. Oh, hold on. Weekend homework 7. Okay. So this first link right here, weekend homework 7, drag and drop, shared OR, and descriptive programming. That's there. It will be due. Oh man. Weekend batch. Okay. There you go. Okay. I will upload the notes today. In what format do we submit the homework? Screenshots? Okay, no. Please pay attention to what I'm saying about the homework submission. Okay? So, create 2 shared object repositories, right? What you need to do is, the only thing that I need from you guys is, 1, this screenshot of the merge statistics, right? That's one thing in a Word document, right? Next thing I need is this drag and drop, this script with the 3 checkpoints and output values and the 2 output values, right? You all know how to send me the script. You have to export the script and all that, right? So that's how you're going to send that to me in a zip file. Then on the same Word document in which you have put the screenshot, right? Explain these 2 things right here. Answer these 2 questions. Okay? In the same document that you have the screenshot, explain the situation when you would use a shared object repository, explain the situation when you would need to merge two object repositories, right? This descriptive programming script, how are you going to send this to me? Now, you don't need to send me a zip file now. Why? Because there's nothing associated. No resources have been associated with this script. All you need to do, Control A, Control C, you can come here, put it in a notepad. That's it. File, save as, put it on my desktop. Admin's descriptive programming 1. Script. Text file. Save it as a text file, yeah? Save it. Okay? That's all you need to do. And then you just attach that text file to me. 15 lines of code means 15 methods? No. 15 lines of code means 15 lines of code. This line, you see this? I need 15 lines of code. Comments are not part of the code. Okay? Comments are not part of the code. These empty lines here are not part of the code. I want 15 lines like this. Okay? At least. Okay? So 15 of these lines is what I need. All right? Any other questions, guys? Okay, if there are no more questions, then we'll call it a day. Yes? Okay. All right, guys. Take care. I will be back in Virginia this week. Okay, so I'll be there for the weekday class.
Will you be back in New York?
I will. I'm planning to come back, go through all the campuses. Not sure when that's going to happen, but I'm going to try to make another trip out, at least another 1 or 2 times before the end of the course.
I think that helps better actually when in person.
Why you only focus on Virginia? What's the relate of Virginia?
Oh, I live there. I live in Virginia. That's why I'm focused on Virginia.
Maybe,
You want to pay for a house up here for me?
maybe they find another education for also in New York. Because the two offices here.
Yeah, I know. I understand. But no, I will try to make it here again to all the campuses, at least another 1 or 2 times. Checkpoints for the second part? No. So up till now, the homework assignment says to create a script using descriptive programming, right? Script must have 15 lines of code. I don't expect you to have anything called checkpoints in descriptive programming right now. I haven't taught it yet. Okay? So I want something like what we have over here with admins, right? I want something like this. Okay? That's all I need. All right. All right, guys. I will see you guys then next week. Okay? All right. Take care. Oh, how do you export the zip file? Like this. How do you, wait, what do you mean how do you export the script? Oh, how do you export the script in a zip file? File, export test. Okay. Let's create a new folder here. Exporter tests. Hold on. This is where I want to put that file. So this is in the test scripts folder on my desktop. I'm putting that descriptive programming zip file. So I'm going to click OK. And now we can see on my desktop, there's a test scripts folder. I have descriptive programming 1. That's the zip file. That's the file that I'm going to attach in my email. Okay? All right. Okay, guys. I will see you guys next week. All right. Take care, guys.